Good evening, everyone. We'll call the February 9th board meeting to order at 6 o'clock, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Murray for roll call. Turn it.
Mrs. Wood, Mrs. Schumacher, Mrs. Anderson. Here. Mr. Franks. Here. Mr. Gardner. Mr. Sorensen. Here. Chair Wright.
Here. Thank you. We do have a quorum. We will go ahead and move on to our Pledge of Allegiance. If you'll please stand and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, and we'll move on to Education Corner. I'm actually going to turn the mic over to Jane for a minute. She has a Love Local event to get to, so we're going to let her provide her updates first. Hey, Jane.
There you go.
Okay, so this week we're starting our Love Local fundraiser, which is our really big fundraiser from the high school. We're granting wishes is kind of the gist of it. Community members and organizations have the opportunity to fill out an application for things they may be in need of. And then we spend this week and all of next week fundraising. It's combined with us and Green River High School. So we are granting wishes for people in our community, but we also give back to Make-A-Wish Wyoming, which grants sort of bucket list items for young kids with chronic illnesses. So tonight we actually have music bingo at the Satellite High School, which I'm going to head to here shortly. But next week we have two events. We have our Dancing with the Stars event on Tuesday, and that is where we students and staff, they put together teams and then they do a little dance, and then at the end of the night you get to go and vote for whoever was your favorite, and that one is pretty fun. And then next Thursday is our students versus staff basketball, where it's our students and our staff playing basketball against each other, but you also get to pay to change the rules. So there's all sorts of rules that you can pick from. Like, I believe you can pick to one person has to wear like an outfit when they're on the court, and just all sorts of fun stuff. And then earlier in that day, we have our closing rally, and we do this thing called Dollars for Dares, where we go around during the pep rally and we collect money. And then once we hit a certain goal, we execute a certain dare. So we have some students getting their legs waxed. We have some pieing going on. We have hair. My hair is probably going to be pink. And yeah. And then at all our events, we have our raffle baskets and our bake sale. Our bake sale, they have those kids made some really good treats. And our raffle baskets, we have quite a variety to choose from. Those are really fun. And then next Saturday, the 21st, we have our kids carnival at the Civic Center. They have bouncy houses, face painting, games, all sorts of things. And then after that is end, we're drawing for our raffle baskets. And then the 27th is a Love Local basketball game against Green River in Green River. And then they usually do an announcement during in between games, I believe, about Love Local and how much funds we were able to raise with how many wishes that grants. We also are selling shirts. There's a couple different designs to choose from. Those, they turned out really good in my opinion. And all our information is on our student council Instagram and Facebook, and it has all of the information on there in one spot. So yeah, that's our Instagram and Facebook handle is Stuco, STUCO.RSHS. And that's all I have.
Thanks, Jane, and you are more than welcome to take off anytime you need. Thanks. So a couple other things I wanted to touch on in Education Corner. I know there's been a lot of talk across the state about the 8.5% increase that the legislature funded last year. So I wanted to bring that home as to how it affects Sweetwater 1 specifically, and then also just provide some pointers around there. The other thing I wanted to touch on real quickly is the budget session started at the legislature today. And there's one bill in particular that would impact education drastically. And so I just wanted to share a few points around that and suggest that if it causes you concern, or if you have the time and energy to reach out to legislators and share your opinion, I would highly recommend you do so. So the 8.5% increase across the model salary translated into a $3.3 million new salary and benefit funding for Sweetwater 1. Forecasting our salary and benefit expenditures on the general fund to the end of the year, we are expecting to spend approximately $4.7 million for the total new investment in employee compensation, which means there's actually only a $1.4 million found in internal efficiencies. So for context, that $4.7 million increase is split fairly evenly between salaries and benefits due to the district taking on a larger portion of our health insurance premiums. So that's Sweetwater 1 specifically. But when we talk about an 8.5% ECA, that's not an 8.5% raise for any districts across Wyoming. It increases the total funding pool provided to districts, not individual employees' salaries, by a flat percentage. Because the state funds salaries well below what districts actually pay, the increase from the state falls short of a raise at that same rate. The school funding formula is very complex. Some positions are funded within the formula and others are not. Reimbursed positions may not receive funding until a year later. Grant-funded positions may receive no funding at all. Because the block grant does not cover every position, an increase to the ECA does not automatically fund raises for all employees, which is why local districts must apply funds responsibly based on local needs. Next point, $1 of salary increase costs the district more than $1. For every dollar paid in salary, the district must also cover associated costs related to employer-paid taxes, increases to the employee's retirement, and other costs consequential to that increase in salary. Next bullet point, the funding first covers required compensation costs. These include step increases for experience in education, rising health insurance and benefit costs, and other components of total compensation. Employees still see increased compensation, but not through a single flat number. Step movements, lane changes, and benefits are all real dollars in employees' pockets, even if they do not appear as an identical percentage raise. Districts are responsible for stewarding funds across the full compensation structure. Boards and administrators are legally required to allocate funds responsibly, equitably, and in full compliance with Wyoming's funding model. Even though the funding model underfunds salaries, districts must pay teachers at actual market rates. And so the right question is not did everybody get 8.5% increase? The right question is, were all the new dollars fully invested in employee compensation as intended by the law? When viewed in full, the system is working exactly as designed. The complexity being criticized is the very mechanism that protects equity, adequacy, and local stewardship. Districts are putting dollars intended to compensate employees towards compensation of those employees. So I also want to address a chart that I saw posted recently concerning the average increase to Wyoming School District teacher salary schedules in relation to this argument. What goes unsaid is the base salaries that those districts are utilizing to attract teachers to their areas in the first place. If we think about it, a big raise on a smaller base pay compared to a smaller raise on a higher base pay could be equivalent dollars overall. So again, it's the full benefits package, not just a base salary, that affect take-home pay. That data is absent from that chart, making it unrealistic to compare apples to apples based on just looking at that chart alone. So again, I hope everybody understands that what the state allocates to teachers is well below what our district, or to my understanding, any district in the state pays their teachers. The districts have to make up for that adjustment and they have to get to a fair market wage to bring people to our area. So while I'm very appreciative of that 8.5% increase that we got from the legislators, because it did help, it's still far beyond 15 years of a 3% ECA that we should have been getting, which would say 45% today. So good step in the right direction, just not where we need to be. So I wanted to try to provide you guys with that information so that as you reach out to your legislators, you can understand what we're looking for and what we're asking for. The other thing I said I wanted to talk about is the school finance recalibration bill. It's House Bill 110, which was introduced today. I did reach out to our local legislators personally, and I asked them to please vote no on this bill. There's several things that go within that bill that are kind of hidden and things that I think people should be aware of. So the committee for the school finance recalibration adopted amendments totaling approximately $41.6 million in additional funding while simultaneously limiting district flexibility. The total remains well below the approximate $100 million increase recommended by the evidence-based model, so less than half. As a result, the bill addresses only part of the identified resource gap. The draft legislation advances greater policy centralization, including movement towards a statewide health insurance mandate, new statutory limits on superintendent compensation, and categorization of instructional resources, limiting local school districts' ability to recruit and retain staff. While some areas of local discretion are preserved, board authority is narrowed in key governance and leadership decisions. While public testimony was overwhelmingly opposed to the Select Committee's recalibration changes, the sponsored bill fell well short of addressing the scope and substance of those concerns. So I'm asking our board in particular, but also our community, to please pay attention to these issues as it affects our number one priority, which is our students. Please reach out to your legislators and provide them your thoughts and feedback. With that, let's go ahead and move on to our superintendent highlights. Dr. Libby.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. First and foremost, to start out here, I want to do two things. I want to say thank you to some folks. So first and foremost, Jane, thank you. This is her last night here. She's been with us for the last 3 months to be a part of representation of Rock Springs High School. So I really want to thank her for not only being here, but using your voice while you've been here too to help keep us informed on the great activities that are going on with Student Council and the other programs over there, but also being a great representative of our student and our student population within the school district. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for it. So thank you. Secondly, we have a thank you because there's a poster right down here in front. Whether you know it or not, it is School Board Appreciation Month. And we have a poster down here made by students from SAGE and Ms. Punch's building, thanking the board and the board members for their tireless work that they do. I know it's been said several times that this is volunteer work. There is no payment in the work that you do and the time and the commitment that you put in for helping us find our path and make sure that we're doing what's in the best interest of our students, their staff, and our community. So with that, I also like to thank the board as a whole, all members here that have served and those that have served in the past, or those folks that may be sitting in the crowd that are thinking about serving in the future. Please, your work and your effort that goes into this is greatly appreciated. So with that, thank you as well. Along with this, we have one more. I don't know if folks noticed or not, but when we said the pledge, we do have a new flag back behind us here that we will be pulling out. I believe our student may be present in the room. This is the flag that was done and was awarded, I guess, by the city as the first student city flag. So when our student comes up, there will be a little bit more recognition. We'll pull the flag forward, but it's this great looking flag, the farthest one on the right, and we'll pull it up so that you can have a chance to see it, and maybe we can get a little bit of an explanation as to why it is what it is. And when Mr. Mickelson reached out to float this idea across. We have so many great artists and so many great students in our community. This just continues to build the bond and the connection between civic responsibility and historical knowledge of Rock Springs. And it's just a perfect opportunity to continue to work and have this connection grow between the school district and the city. And I'm really excited. I'm proud of the work that's here. I can't wait to see what happens next and when we do this next year, to have a whole wall full of representation of our students in this community. So I'm very excited about that. I wanted to talk a little bit about graduation rates, because over the last month we had graduation rates come out. So I'm going to quick recap this. Overall, Black Butte High School increased their graduation rate from 88.9% to 92%, so they went up. Farson Eden maintained their 100% graduation rate. The district rate overall dropped a little bit. We went down to 77.55 from 80.2. And part of that reason was the high school decreased. The high school went from 79.1 to 75.75. And we realized today when we looked, they rounded us to 75.8. One of the things that goes along with, overall graduation, state graduation rate is 83. When I started a year and a half ago, I said, we're getting our graduation rate as close to 100% as we can. We do have some students that don't get graduation certificates. Our 18 to 21-year-old students with special services get certificates of completion. So there's a number of students that may not receive those. So we may never hit 100%. But I have had some pretty heartfelt and extensive conversations with the folks at Rock Springs High School as to what are we doing to make this number move forward. We have plans in place from last year that are still in place this year. I did a little bit more digging. So this is a 4-year rate. And Mr. Straka, correct me if I get this wrong. So the 4-year graduation rate is for students that started in 9th grade with us and stayed with us for the 4 years and then graduated in that 4-year period. If a student doesn't meet requirements, they move to the 5th year, it goes to our 5th year rate for graduation, and then 6th year goes to the 6th year rate of graduation. So between all of the students that started with us in 9th grade, and I think there's close to 400, the starting grade in last year's senior class was 352. Of the 352 kids that physically were in the building, and I keep looking at you so you can wave me down if I get this wrong, we graduated 91% of the kids that were our seniors last year. So it is our attrition of our students from 9th grade up as to where we need to do our work for making sure that our students don't early drop out, don't go on and get their GED or stay with us for their 5th or their 6th year score. 91% is great. We've got about half a dozen or more of those students that are part of the 18 to 21-year-old program that are still with us, and we're happy to have them. But we can do better. And those will continue to be conversations that we have with Rock Springs High School, is how do we track and not only assist our kids by the time they're seniors, but how do we continue to assist them when they're freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. Part of that was the reason for the 9th grade center. Was to help assist and support. And we had some data that was shared with WD over last week around the progress that we're having, our lowered failure rate, our increased attendance. So we're excited about moving that forward. It is not where we want it to be. Everyone is aware of that, and we will continue to work towards that goal. Last one I want to throw out here is we had a fantastic turnout for our coffees and conversations this last month. It was outstanding. We needed more space. So this coming coffee and conversation is going to be February 24th. I think it's a Tuesday, February 24th, 6 to 8. And we are going to use the Aspen Medical Center because they have a large lobby there, which gives us an opportunity for folks not to be sitting right on top of each other. So February 24th, 6 to 8, Aspen Medical, and we will make sure that we put that out on our Facebook page so nobody needs to scramble to try to write it down. But we so much appreciate folks being there and being a part of that. Am I reading this?
That is what was given to you to read tonight for your superintendent.
Oh, gotcha. So it came in late. Oh, fantastic. Right off the presses. So last week we had WD in town for our school improvement program, for our school improvement teams, and they walked our elementaries and our high schools. So this is a letter that just came in from WD. On behalf of WD School Improvement Team, we want to extend our thanks for the incredible hospitality shown to us during our school improvement visits last week. The WDE believes school improvement is a continuous journey, not a destination, and it is clear that Sweetwater County School District Number 1 is moving in the right direction. While a comprehensive full report is currently in development and you will receive it at the end of the school year after your final visit, we wanted to provide some of the most immediate highlights from our visits. Leadership and collaboration. The district leadership team is not only strong but synchronized. We observed a strong level of high-quality communication and support flowing from the district office to the classroom. Common initiatives. We mostly saw principals, teachers, staff, and students working with a shared vocabulary and common initiatives. Systems in action. Within the framework of Beyond Textbooks, BT, schools demonstrated multi-tiered systems of support and professional learning communities functioning as a unified single system rather than separate initiatives. The PLC work uses BT assessments to pinpoint specific standards and learning gap. Continued focus on aligning grade level standards to instruction has demonstrated growth. Pockets of excellence. Our walkthroughs revealed pockets of solid instruction, specifically the implementation of sheltered instruction and student data ownership is a standout model for what is possible when rigor meets intentionality. Authentic partnership. We deeply value the frank and open conversations held with our team. There is no performance for the state. Instead, there is a transparent look at both successes and hurdles. If there is one takeaway for the Board of Trustees, it is this. The foundation for significant sustainable growth is now in place, but continued school improvement practices are imperative to maintain momentum. The adult practices we observed, collaboration, data-informed planning, and vertical alignment are the leading indicators that precede the lagging indicators in state test scores. Your staff has established a foundation for continued school improvement. Further growth opportunities and final recommendations will be submitted at the end of the year after the subsequent visit and scores. We look forward to our continued work with your school district. Thank you, WDE School Improvement Team. There we go. So with that, that is the end of my superintendent's highlights. Any questions, please?
Any questions? Okay, we've got a small board, but enough to have a quorum. So let's move on to board reports and cover this real quick. Dr. Libby hit this already, but I'll just reemphasize that our Crucial Conversation Subcommittee arranged our first visit February 24th at Aspen from 6 to 8. It is our goal to cycle trustees through this as we move forward, choose some different times and places in an effort to accommodate schedules and all different audiences. So please, if you can attend that, we'd love to have you. Also, Kelly has our new book from Lee Pritzel, the Boardroom Playbook. And so please grab that and let's, I haven't actually seen it. So I'll shoot out a quick text so that everybody knows where we want to get to by the next board meeting. But he will be coming into town April 27th and April 28th from 5 to 9. Please do everything you can to make sure that you attend that. It's really a board strengthening workshop that will help us be more successful moving forward. And then the J Foundation provided a quick update. They were able to give out 173 pairs of boots to students and staff. They were really excited about that turnout and that availability. I know it took them a lot of effort to raise the money that they did, and they're really excited to continue that program on in coming years with the up and coming juniors. So that's what I have. Mr. Sorensen, do you have any board reports?
Yeah. So transportation, we're going to get a nice presentation here later on. A big topic there, but I do want to give them a shout out. They've got strong staffing over there. Most of the positions are full. And they were even able to replace a couple of mechanics, which I've tried to hire mechanics in Rock Springs. That's not easy. So they must be doing good work there. I did get a chance to go up to Farson to see their projects. I can't remember the word of the name of the projects, but they have their time where they all get to pick a project to work on. And it was just really cool to see those the work that was put in up there in Farson, and the progress you can see they're making. I even got to fly a drone, which is pretty cool. And then for finance, they're working on getting a new system we talked about. They've already vetted one program. They're going to be vetting at least another one. And so we should see soon which way they want to go on accounting systems. That's what I have.
Thank you, Dr. Franks.
I guess just a quick shout out. I'm part of the Sweetwater County BOCES. And so I don't know if all of you are familiar with the House Bill 58 that's coming down the pipeline. So with BOCES is funded through your property taxes. And so for all of you that, have children, grandchildren that have used BOCES through the college during the summertime with all the cool and fun classes that they offer, this is all funded through property tax. So House Bill 58 is going to make this now to where we put this in everyone's hands to vote on. Whether we are going to fund BOCES or not, it is going to be up to you if House Bill 58 passes. So I just want you to all be aware. I'm not sure how familiar everyone is where the money comes for BOCES, but it's a great program. There's a lot of grants that they give out to the community, and they support this community, and they've been doing it for years and years. And it's really a special kind of thing to offer to the community. So just please keep that in mind, that if House Bill 58 passes, it's up to you to vote for that. But again, the funding comes from property tax. And I know we all love to have taxes cut, but you're cutting, a little bit of what you can offer your kids and grandkids as well. So please keep that in mind.
Thank you, Dr. Franks. Ms. Anderson.
Hi, good evening. Happy Monday. I'd like to say the same thing that Dr. Franks said. I think it's kind of hard to put information out there when I'm just as guilty of this. There's a lot of this information that a lot of people aren't aware of. So familiarize yourself with the bills, get out there, vote if need be. And then one other real brief message, in some of the other groups that I'm in with the board, I've said this before, and I just wanted to bring it up again. I think it's very important that we as in a board and a community, parents and students work together to find solution-based models. I think we would see more strides in the district if we did that. Along the same lines, I look out here and I see faces that I know have really strong advocacy. But I'm also asking from you guys to look up here to us. I know we're missing a few people, but we are doing the same thing. We're on the same page. We want to be on the same page. And I think maybe, or not maybe, clearly there's been some trust lost in the history of things, but we want to improve that so that we can move forward for our students. And that's really what this is all about. So thank you guys.
Thank you very much. That's all that we have for board reports, so we will go ahead and move forward to recognition. Ms. Gunter, Ms. Bolton.
Down front for recognition. Am I good? Okay. You guys expect a lot. Tonight, we would like to start recognition
with recognizing Brandon Swigert, a junior at Rock Springs High School, for an outstanding civic and creative achievement. Brandon was selected as the winning designer of the new City of Rock Springs official flag through a citywide design contest that invited community members and students to submit original designs representing the history, diversity, and identity of Rock Springs. Don't get me laughing. The selection process included a review of submissions, a committee recommendation, and a final consideration by the Rock Springs City Council. Brandon's design was chosen for its strong symbolism and thoughtful representation of our community, and it has since been officially adopted by the City of Rock Springs. This is a significant honor and a lasting contribution to the city. We are very proud to recognize Brandon tonight and commend him for his creativity, initiative, and engagement in the civic process. He represents Rock Springs High School and Rock Springs School District Number 1 with distinction. Please join us in congratulating Brandon Swigert. We would like to invite Mayor Mickelson and any city council members that are here tonight to please join Brandon in a picture with our board. In addition, if Rock Springs High School administration will join us up front.
It barely clears the ceiling.
Can you find some more?
If you want to come on up, Brandon, do you have anything? I don't want to put you on the spot if you don't want to, but you can, welcome to come up here to the mic so that they can hear you online too.
All right, so I was kind of put on the spot here, but first of all, I'd like to thank all of my supporters, my family and other people who have just helped me throughout, my life and having this passion. But I would also like to thank my people who have critiqued my flag as well, because I think it's really crucial to have people who critique your work. I think it's really crucial to have that, just to be able to, push yourself, because if you aren't having people critique your work, you're not going to really progress. So there are three main rules that a lot of people who create new flags, especially in the 2000s, follow. The first rule is you do not want a large amount of words on it. The second rule is you want it to be relatively simple. A common rule that they follow is a 6-year-old or 7-year-old should be able to draw it. And the third rule that most flags follow is they symbolize the place that the flag is in. So first of all, I didn't put words on it. But second of all, I decided that to choose simple designs. So it's easy to create, it's easy to represent. And then third of all, I decided to incorporate many different common things found in flags with things that represent Rock Springs. So the original idea was to put 56 stars on the flag to represent the 56 nationalities. And I realized that maybe 56 stars would not look nice on the flag. So I was thinking of completely just revamping the idea, changing it. And then it just popped up in my head that trying to follow simplicity, I could represent the 56 nationalities of Rock Springs by using a 5-point star and a 6-point star. And then a very common shape found on flags is a trapezoid. And I decided that because an important aspect of the history of Rock Springs is Pilot Butte. That's a mark they used when settlers were coming out west to represent, where they were. That's where Rock Springs was at. So I combined the idea that trapezoids are commonly found on flags, plus the fact that Pilot Butte is so crucial to Rock Springs, to create that aspect to put the stars on as well. And the color array I chose was primarily because of there are street signs that have the colors on it. There are many aspects in Rock Springs that have those colors, and most importantly, that's what the logo actually of Rock Springs has, those 3 different colors. Thank you.
Let's follow that. Great job. Being a principal and a true instructional leader requires far more than managing a building. It demands the ability to deeply engage with data, analyze it meaningfully, and confidently speak to it in ways that guide instructional decisions. Effective instructional leadership involves digging into assessment results, academic standards, and classroom evidence to ensure students are learning what is expected, while also supporting staff through the often challenging process of understanding and using data at a deeper level. This work requires consistency across classrooms and grade levels where PLCs are not merely meeting, but engaging in honest and at times difficult conversations around co-planning, instructional alignment, and authentic data analysis. Leadership is not just about communicating expectations, it's about inspecting what you expect. This includes consistent instructional walkthroughs, timely and actionable feedback, and active participation alongside staff in professional development and PLC discussions. Our district is very fortunate to have many exceptional leaders who demonstrate the dedication required to be an effective leader. This month, we begin by recognizing Mr. Marcy, Ms. Meduna at Pilot Butte Elementary, and Mr. Group at North Ridge West Park. They're currently at Westridge, so we've really combined the names. They did. These principles exemplify what it means to persevere through change rather than work around it. They take challenges head on with their teams, remain solution-oriented, and foster cultures focused on growth rather than obstacles. Their commitment to continuous learning for themselves and their staff is admirable and ensures decisions are data-driven, aligned to standards, and ultimately centered on improving student learning outcomes. First, we'll have Pilot Butte, Mr. Marcy and Ms. Meduna, along with any of their staff that came to support them, to please join up front to get a picture with the board. Pilot Butte, it's gonna look really bad when North Park is all up here. You guys better show up. Oh. You guys gotta come up. Next, we would like to recognize Mr. Sean Group from Northridge and any of his staff that are here to support him to come on up. Come on, staff, you gotta come up for the picture. Thanks. I don't. Thank you for being a good sport. He's not happy about the recognition. Next, we would like to recognize Ian Fromm, January Rock Springs High School Teacher Staff Member of the Month, Ninth Grade Academy Social Studies Teacher. Mr. Fromm was selected as a Staff Member of the Month in recognition of his exceptional work with his students in the Ninth Grade Academy. As a social studies teacher, Mr. Fromm is consistently described by students as patient, encouraging, and approachable. He takes the time to clearly explain content, support students when they struggle, and ensure they feel confident in their learning. Mr. Fromm fosters a positive and supportive classroom environment where students feel respected and motivated to succeed. His calm demeanor, dedication to student understanding, and commitment to building strong relationships play a key role in helping ninth grade students successfully transition into the high school. This recognition reflects the meaningful impact he has both on student learning and school culture. Mr. Fromm, if you would join us up front. We would also like to recognize Megan Miller, January Rock Springs High School Staff Member of the Month. Ninth grade Academy math teacher. Megan Miller was selected as, do you guys want all three up or do you want to do them separate? Sorry, I should ask. We'll do them separate. I apologize. Next, we would like to recognize Megan Miller, January Rock Springs High School Staff Member of the Month, Ninth Grade Academy Math Teacher. Megan Miller was selected as a Staff Member of the Month for her outstanding dedication to students in the Ninth Grade Academy. As a math teacher, Ms. Miller is frequently recognized by students for her kindness, patience, and willingness to provide support. She helps students feel comfortable asking questions and builds confidence in a subject that many find challenging. Ms. Miller creates a welcoming and encouraging learning environment where students feel valued and supported both academically and emotionally. Her positive attitude and commitment to the student success have made a strong impact on ninth grade students as they adjust to high school expectations. This recognition highlights her important role in supporting student growth and fostering a positive learning experience. Ms. Megan Miller. Next, we would like to recognize Ms. Connie Wayne, January Rock Springs High School Staff Member of the Month, Rock Springs High School Special Education Teacher. Connie Wayne exemplifies what it means to put students first. This year, she voluntarily stepped into a new role to ensure that students at Rock Springs High School continued to receive the support they needed. She did so without hesitation and without being asked, simply because she recognized a need and wanted to help. Her willingness to step forward in this way deeply touched the administrative team and reflects her genuine commitment to student success. In addition to taking on new responsibilities, Connie has volunteered her time and expertise to assist in training a paraeducator who is also transitioning into a new role. Her guidance, patience, and collaborative spirit have helped build capacity and confidence within the team, ultimately benefiting students. Connie also supports students through virtual school services and consistently collaborates with the colleagues and administrators to problem solve, plan, and ensure that students receive thoughtful, individualized support. She approaches every responsibility with professionalism, compassion, and a student-centered mindset. These words only begin to capture the length Connie has gone in to support our students at Rock Springs High School this year. Her dedication, initiative, and collaborative approach make her an invaluable member of our school community and truly deserving of recognition. Ms. Connie Wayne. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize a staff member whose care and dedication make meaningful difference in our students' daily lives. This recognition comes from a thankful family who wanted to ensure their appreciation was shared and celebrated. Please join me as I read this letter honoring Miss Rocky. I am writing to share my appreciation and recognition for my children's bus driver, Miss Rocky. She truly goes above and beyond for the students on her bus. Miss Rocky has amazing bus management skills and consistently creates a positive environment for the kids. She greets them warmly every morning and sends them off with kind goodbyes every afternoon. She also takes the time to reward good behavior, which the children really respond to and appreciate. My family is incredibly thankful to have her as our driver. Her positive personality and dedication make a noticeable difference in our children's days, and it does not go unnoticed. I am not sure if the transportation department has a formal recognition program, but regardless, I wanted to make sure she received the credit she truly deserves. Outstanding employees like Miss Rocky are often under-recognized, and she certainly is one of them. Thank you for your time and for all you do. A thankful parent. Miss Rocky. She's on a route? Gosh dang it. Okay. We'll get a picture. We'll go over there tomorrow and get a picture. Way to go, Miss Rocky. She's driving bus as we speak, so. Rock Springs High School proudly recognizes the Aerospace Club for being selected as a winner of NASA's Tech Rise Student Challenge and for advancing into the national finals. As one of only 60 winning Tech Rise teams nationwide, NASA is supporting the development and demonstration of the club's student-designed payload, including a test flight on a suborbital spaceship. The club's winning proposal, magnetic field radiation blocking, was selected for its innovation and scientific merit. Through this achievement, Rock Springs High School students will fly a payload on a suborbital, really? Like, this is like a spaceship flight as part of NASA's Tech Rise Student Challenge, providing them with an exceptional real-world aerospace and engineering experience. This accomplishment reflects the dedication, creativity, and perseverance of both students and staff. The district recognizes the leadership and mentorship of Aerospace Club advisor Manny Bolts and Zachary Redden, who dedicated an extraordinary amount of time guiding students through this rigorous national challenge. The district also recognizes Katie Moore as a freshman at Rock Springs High School who submitted the winning proposal. The following students are being recognized for their participation and contributions to this achievement. As I call your name, please feel free to come up. Manny Bolts, Zach Redden, Katie Moore, Emma Calvey, Jason Wynn. Did I say that right? Okay. Joseph Bolts, Riley Hunsey, Damon Hodges, Carter Lyman, Raven Small, Desmond Stocks, Brianna Bolts, and Jackson Sams. Congratulations. If the high school administration will also join us. Oh, they're already up here. Never mind. This evening, we continue a tradition of honoring employees that have worked for Sweetwater School District Number 1 for 20 years. First, we'd like to start off from Black Butte High School, Miss Connie Zampidri. Miss Kendra Scott from Eastside Elementary. Miss Andrea Tate from Pilot Butte Elementary. Miss Tina Searle and Miss Vashant Westbrook from Rock Springs Junior High. She's not here tonight either. She's on vacation.
We travel together. The two of us. You said we're the Golden Girls.
Miss Cheryl Notman from Sage. She's unable to be here. Learning. Miss Michelle Davies and Alex Ramirez from Stagecoach Elementary. And last but definitely not least, Miss Gwen Algier and Lenny Liu from Technology. Oh, man, Tiffany messed up. If you're still here for 20 years, you get a pin. I'm like, oh, man, there was something at the bottom. Oh, man.
I messed up, but that's a big one.
If anyone is still here for your 20-year recognition, please come up and get a pin before you leave. And that concludes recognition.
Gotta be smarter than the flag.
I really liked the first way you did it.
Yeah.
Did you break it? Her lotion's right in that corner. That's one job. Hey, there's only 4. Yeah. It's pretty good. Oh, yes, please. Thank you, Carl.
Just gonna wait one more second here so everyone can get in and out. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm gonna need you this time, motions and seconds. Are you ready?
Yep.
There's only 4 of us. All right, if we can please get a motion to approve the agenda as presented, including addendums. It's been moved by Dr. Franks. There's second. Second by Mr. Sorensen. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We will move on to our superintendent's reports. Dr. Libby?
So we have a few reports that we're going to do tonight prior to me doing an update on the new construction building. So we're going to start out with Mr. Bustinelli.
Now, if I can get this right. Good on the mic? Okay. Well, good evening, board. Chair Wright, Superintendent Libby. This is pretty exciting for us at Transportation. We're doing well. We have started out in the summer by putting some money aside this year for some technology in the buses. We are always on track to try to increase these buses' safety and the quality that we can provide for the community. So one of the things that we're looking at is a ridership software or routing software. 2 different pieces there. We're kind of against or opposed against the routing software. We feel we can navigate Rock Springs pretty well. But we do want something that encompasses a little bit of the state tracking, the ridership. We would like to buy something that helps the community see where our buses are and also help us with logistics and efficiency. So we will be going out to bid for something that encompasses that structure. And what we did was we found a company called SmartTag. They have a website, smarttag.net, if you'd like to check it out. And what it is, it allows us to have a tablet in each bus that doesn't need cellular service, which is good because it's one of the things that we've had issues in the past with, we found. What it does is it actually uploads at our department. It has a driver profile. It also has the student seating charts, the pre-trips, a lot of the maintenance records are on it, the fuel levels even, to where we can use that for reporting purposes. But the biggest thing about it is that it allows us to be able to keep track of who we have, where they are on the bus, and it gives the community a chance to use a parent app to see where the bus is in a proximity area, and then also notifications that are live whenever your child is on or off the bus in loading. So we feel it's important to kind of pursue some of these avenues here. We do have money put aside for it. We will be going out to bid underneath those specifications, but SmartTag is something that we had the chance to actually pilot the program. It was a low cost to us to do this. All the equipment was provided, and the customer service was great. I'd like to say that this company actually has a physical address, which is always nice whenever you're talking to someone over the phone. We found really good feedback on this. It worked great. We like the capabilities of it. Really excited to see what comes next because we are communicating actively with their research and development team. And this, a lot of the softwares that you see or can purchase are designed underneath the idea of maybe logistical tracking for like packages or in the industrial or commercial area. This particular software is actually designed by school bus drivers, special needs drivers, and dispatchers, which is really nice. So it's really conforming around school district transportation, and we really like to see that about it. So there could be a lot more I could say about it, but I'm going to kind of leave it at that and push out information as we go along on this journey. Again, we'll be using this as grounds for like a specification for bid to go out when we're ready. But it is something that we're excited to do, and we think it would be great for our students in our community. Yep.
Thank you very much. You guys have any questions? Thanks, Bo. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna do an update here before we go to the human resources update. And I need to jump back for a second because in our excitement about thanking folks and letting folks know what's going on, I forgot to give the update for our enrollment. February enrollment 4609, 192 in the pre-K, total 4609, down from 4622. So we're shy just a little bit there. I was asked to give a bit of an update on the new Rock Springs High School project and kind of clear up some misconceptions that would be out there. And again, I'll be looking over my shoulder at Mr. Celeroli just to make sure that I don't mess any of these up. But I want to provide some clarification on some of the prior plans that were around what's the ninth grade center right now. There is some misunderstanding that legislator was provided 95% plans for the current Rock Springs High School project. In 2016, the 95% construction document was for the 121,791 square foot satellite school, not the entirety of the entire building. The plans did not include the gyms, the CTE spaces, the auditorium, or major components required for the current large facility that we're building right now. So the original plans in 2016 was for the 121,000 square foot satellite site that's there right now. And currently it's not 121,000. That was reduced, right?
Correct. That was the second time that we had to do another commercial.
So there was a reduction in the 121 to the site size that is currently there. The design status, while the general academic layout exists from the prior work that was done, substantial new design is required for additional square footage and specialized spaces. The current design effort is therefore not the continuation of the previous project and it was completed in the set of prior plans. The design team and timeline right now, approval to proceed with the original design team with Plan 1 and Bassetti Architect was granted in the spring of 2025, with contracts signed in early summer. Design work began in September of 2025. Reassembling the design team caused delays due to the vendor's availability and the loss of some longstanding consultants that worked with us back in 2016. The current review plan, the project was entering the 10% value engineering review with Coleman and Associates. Given their prior familiarity with the project and minimal issues are anticipated. And we had the 10% review and it came back solid. So we're continuing to move forward in the design and the architectural phases. Schedule recovery strategies. To regain some lost time, the proposal has been made to bypass the 35% review and move directly to the 65% review, followed by the 95% document and final review. This approach could recover several weeks as each review phase typically takes multiple weeks. What we've done is we've done a lot of prep and planning ahead of time. So we're not doing a lot of changes. We're holding solid to the design phases that we've had in place already, and we're going to continue to work with those. The overall schedule outlook, based on experiences that Mr. Celeroli has had in state, 7 prior state school project. The project is estimated to be 7 to 10 weeks behind schedule, with the projected shovel-ready window between October and mid-December of 2026. There's differing perspectives on the timeline, but this assessment reflects the prior state projects and experiences. Mr. Celeroli has vastly more experience building schools in this district or in the state than I do. The last building I built was prior to COVID. So some of our our chains for getting things done in different states work a little bit differently. We are still optimistic that we are going to break ground here as fast as possible to get this project moving. Comparisons to Campbell County, comparisons to Campbell County project are not equivalent. Campbell County used district funds for preliminary design prior to legislative approval, whereas our project was required securing approval before proceeding with design work. So when folks make comparisons that Campbell County is further along than we are, they are. It's because they paid for some of the work out of their own pocket prior to having approval from state legislation to move forward. The conclusion here is the project remains viable with opportunities to recover some scheduled time through adjusted reviews and sequencing. The key misconceptions regarding prior plan and comparisons to the district have been clarified so that there's an accurate discussion for the future. So we continue to move forward. We're pretty solid on the design plans that we've already put into place. We've stated this before when we've talked about the academic structure of that building, and you throw in the aspects that when we had met previously and determined through some forums and in talking to our CTE folks over at the high school and talking to some of our other community members that are actually present, we didn't have space moving in. So one of the things that we did is we went out and again, we purchased the CTE building, the Greens building. That will take care of a lot of the square footage spaces that we don't have to go out for now. We didn't spend any of the state money for the new build on or with that CTE facility. So all of those funds will go through that. And we should not have to go out for any bonds for any of the academic spaces for the new high school. There are some things that are in the works that folks are going to have to make some determination on. We're continuing to work with the state to secure turf for the football field instead of a grass field. Turf will handle the prairie dogs much better than the grass field will. So we're working on that, but there will be some other pieces that we have spoken about before, whether or not the community wants to do a pool or an indoor track. We'll also have to have some conversations depending on what comes back from the state around concession stands or logistics around the stadium itself and what kind of seating they give us. But the aspects of the academic wing in the academic building itself, we're covered. We should not have to go out for any bonding for any of the academics that are involved with this school. So with that report, we also have a human resources report to provide unless there's any questions for myself or Mr. Celeroli.
Any questions? Okay, Ms. Gunter.
Can you guys believe that I had one job to do tonight and I failed at giving out the pens?
She makes me look good.
So Chairman Wright, members of the board, and Superintendent Libby, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I do want to address some of the public comment from January also about involving recruitment, retention, and staffing numbers, and then also some information that came from the boards and some questions. So I hope I'm able to do so accurately. If there are, my brain thinks one way, but it's not how everybody's brain thinks. So as I go through the charts or at the end of it, if there are any questions, I would take any questions at the end. Okay. So to the next slide, please, Christian. This will be the only one that is kind of funky in there, and then the next should go through good. So originally what I had thought as I was planning this from last month to this month is that I would go through the August vacancy notices because that's right as we're getting ready to start school. Dr. Josh Sorensen asked about the May vacancies, and so I wanted to make sure that I could put those in there as well. And speaking of which, I want to thank for all of the questions. Thank everybody for all of the questions. It makes you think a little bit differently and look at the data a little bit differently. Just because we've been doing something one way, right? It's good to have those questions to make you think a little bit differently. So thank you for adding that in there. So as we go through, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood the chart. So the next slide, please, Christian. Oh gosh, that is not good. Good thing I'm going to explain. So in here, this is the 2025 vacancies for August, the big chart. Through there, you see down the one side that there are our schools, and then across it is secondary, elementary, specials, any of the job openings, so that we could see what schools, what category it was in, and what grade level. So for for August of 2025, there were 43 vacancies. So up there at the top, you can see the number 43, and I wanted to compare that to May of 2025, and at that time, there was 43 vacancies as well. If you remember correctly, I think it was during the September board meeting, we did talk about how we were going to close those vacancies and then reopen them to get a new pool. And so in October, we had 6 openings. We closed everything, and in November, we had 39 openings with 34 long-term subs. And then this month, as you will see, as we get to that and you approve some of our hires for this month, we do have 38 openings. Tonight, you're going to be approving 2 new hires, so that will leave us with 36 openings tomorrow morning after you approve those. And we have 40 long-term subs currently as of today. I think it was also important to note in this slide that in April of 2025, we added 10 new teacher positions to reduce class size, 5 teachers to provide more elective opportunities at the secondary level, 2 teachers to reduce the need of overflow, 2 EL positions, 1 counselor, 1 administrator at Lowell, 1 social worker, and 1 nurse. So in April of 2025, we added 23 openings to our district. So on this slide, it is the August 2024 vacancies. At the top there, in August, we had 32 openings. And in May of that year, 2024, we had 30 openings. And again, if anybody wants to get into the slide, you can see those numbers a little bit better than up on the projector on the TV. For the 2023 vacancies, we had 50, and in May of 2023, we had 65. I think it's also important to note, as you're going through here, different years and various years, we have, based on everything that Chair Wright said about the legislator and the recalibration and anything that goes into that, we can open positions. So sometimes we add positions to our vacancies. And I think that that's what we were talking about. Sometimes it's hard to compare oranges to oranges because it's really comparing apples to oranges, because any given year, there's different reasons that we open things. If we have grant funding, if we have, like this year where we added 23 positions to lower class sizes, and all of those different types of things go into that as well. For 2022 vacancies of August, this one is actually 2 slides because I couldn't fit everything on the one slide. So in August of 2022, there was 56 openings in August, and in May of 2022, there was 65 openings. For the 2021 August vacancies, there was 30 openings, and in May of that year of 2021, there was 21 openings. I was asked to go back to 2020, and I guess I was having so much fun that I actually went all the way back to 2019. But the 2020 vacancies for August was 10, and in May of that year of 2020, we had 35 openings. For the 2019 vacancies in August, we had 24, and in May of 2019, we had 49. Okay, so for posting vacancies in our district, we post all vacancies. So it is a live document every single month. We post all the vacancies. Once you approve the hires, then the next morning, the Tuesday morning after the board meeting, we then adjust our vacancies. So for example, for tonight, like I talked about earlier, there are 38 positions open on our vacancy tonight, but after you approve the 2 tonight, there will be 36. Positions are temporary filled by a sub. We continue to keep those open. So if we have, like I talked today, that we had currently 40 long-term subs, those continue to stay open on our vacancy notice until they are filled by a certified teacher. I was asked, or it was brought up in public comment last month in January, to reach out to other districts, and we have done so. I would like to continue to reach out to them because I have created more questions for myself that I would like to continue to update you every month if I need to, or in the future when I get the answers to what I get from the other districts. But currently what we did find is that positions filled by a long-term sub in other districts, those are removed. So where we keep those on our vacancy notice, if those are filled in another district by a long-term sub, they take those off of their vacancy notice. Some districts, they do not open or update their vacancy notices each month. They wait until it's time for hiring season to update those and have accurate information. And then it was very interesting to go through those, and some don't have vacancy notices at all during their board meetings. They don't have that posted on their agendas. So like I said, I do have some more information and some more questions that I would like to ask other districts, and I currently do have that communication in, and I'm glad to update as that comes forward. A couple months ago, for I believe one of our superintendent highlights, or I can't remember for what, but we went through the hiring practice, and I think that we did a really good job of going through that. So I just want to go through this quickly. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer that at the end. But our hiring practices in Sweetwater 1 is number one, first we post and recruit. We do post the positions on the district website, and then we also post those to the Wyoming School Board Association website. For that, the Wyoming School Board Association, it doesn't automatically update every month like ours does. We have to provide them that information. So here again, in a few weeks, we'll be updating our postings on the WSBA website. After we do that, our building administrators are the ones that intake and screen the applicants. So they go through, they look at the endorsements, the licensing, the education, the need for what they have in their buildings. They do the original or the initial document check, transcripts, resumes, and references. From there, the principals or the supervisor, whoever is the one that is doing the hiring, they form an interview team. We require that there are at least 3 people on the interview team. They are the ones that schedule the interviews. And then together as the interview team, they create the interview questions. And the interview questions for that round of interviews have to stay the same across the entire process, across the round of interviews. From there, they go ahead after they schedule them, they complete the interviews, which is completed by our building administrators or directors and the interview team. If we have a candidate that is applying and having an interview for a teaching position, we require them to go into a classroom and teach an actual lesson as part of the interview process. And then the building administrators and the interview team, they identify the candidates that are qualified and a good fit for the position. So our hiring decisions are based on identifying the strongest overall candidate. Possession of a teaching certificate alone does not necessarily indicate that it's the best alignment with that specific school or their culture. And so it is definitely up to the building administrator and that interview team to choose those. From there, that is when that process starts to come here to the HR office. So the building administrators or the director, they fill out a recommendation for hire for who the team has selected. And in our office, we again go through the background check. We have to verify that with PTSB that they have the licensing and their certificate appropriate for the position in which they are going to be recommended for hire. We verify the employment history. We check their transcripts. We place them on the salary schedule. And then we place them on the board agenda for the approval if needed for that position. And then the final step, there is 11 steps in our hiring process. So the final steps after human resources, it does go to Dr. Libby for superintendent approval for the required positions. Then we offer the position, then we start our onboarding process, and then we notify tech and they get all of their equipment and their badges and all of those things. And then it goes to payroll because it's important for our staff members to be paid. So those are the steps of our hiring process. The next slide there is our recruitment and retention. So this year, I do feel like in the 3 years that I have been in this role, we have really started early on getting together with the building administrators, with Mr. Gonzalez and his team, and starting to talk about staffing and what that's going to look like for next year. So we meet with all of the building principals. I think we have completed almost every single one of those meetings where we're meeting with the building principals and going over staffing and needs and wishes and wants. We meet with the directors. We review all of the staffing needs, and then we align those with our current district needs. So some of the things that we are doing for recruitment currently is job fairs. So every year we do attend the University of Wyoming job fair. It is typically held in March. We send a team of 5 administrators. We try and spread that across elementary and secondary, and then special education. And so this year I do believe we have 5 administrators going to that in March. In the past, we have gone, I feel like, all over the country to job fairs, and what we are finding more and more as there is shortage in education for teachers, that a lot of those states are closing those job fairs to out-of-state people. So as we, in the past, we've been able to go to all over, and now when we're trying to do that, they have closed that to us because they're having the same types of problems, and so they're only opening that to their in-state people. So that becomes a little bit more difficult, and really for the last couple of years as we have gone to those, because of that reason, or because they open it actually the night before to in-state, and they hold on-the-spot interviews and hire on the spot, we weren't seeing success in going to those. Doesn't mean that that might not happen again in the future, but right now that is the information and data that we receive. We have paid to be on job sites because you have to pay for that in some states. So we have taken that and paid the fee so that we can be on some of those out-of-state job openings for them. Another way that we have really tried to help with recruitment is our insurance. I think that we've done a really good job of insurance, and there was some feedback about, trying to strengthen our benefits and our insurance, and I think that we're getting there slowly every year, and we're going to continue to do so on the cost to our employees and the benefits for the dependents. Another one is the calendar and the 4-day school week. Every year, we also try and continuously look at the salary schedule and compare it to where we're at within our state and the surrounding states, and try and do the best that we can to make that comparable. We are posting the positions early, and as we said, that's an active live document every single month, and so we're continually keeping that current. And then we post to, like I said, we have some out of state that we were able to pay for and get that on there, and then we also post to the Wyoming School Board Association. We have really actively looked into a headhunter, and I'm hoping that we're able to do that. I'm waiting for a little bit to see exactly how many, when we get all of these staffing meetings completed, and exactly what we need for that to look further into a headhunter. And then some of the other recruiting tools that we have is our own staff members. Special education, they do offer a $12,000 recruiting incentive for those staff members, and then social media. So I do want to take just a few minutes to read through this. A couple of years ago, we participated in a training that focused specifically on recruiting and retention strategies. The training identified several areas, but the main areas were social media, current staff members, and our community were the most effective recruitment channels. In response to this, the district did hire, with the approval of the board, the coordinator of communications, and has made a sustained effort to ensure that the district's website and official social media platforms are accurate, timely, and reflective of the positive work occurring across the district. There are multiple social media platforms in the community that reference the district by name, but are not operated or monitored by the school district. While these platforms are not the sole factor in impacting recruitment and retention, they have become a growing and significant barrier. The continued posting of negative and many times factual inaccuracy content, including memes or videos, are demeaning, has negatively affected the district's recruitment and retention efforts. This effort has deterred prospective applicants and has directly contributed to the departure of staff members who cited the tone and content of these platforms as a factor in their decision to leave the district. An increasing number of staff members are coming forward to express concerns and frustrations related to social media posts and comments. Many have shared that they are hesitant to speak openly or raise issues out of fear of being targeted or publicly criticized on these platforms. While we acknowledge that the district has both strengths and areas for improvement, as you heard tonight, this information is not presented as my sole opinion, but rather the feedback that has been communicated directly by staff through sincere and ongoing communication and conversations. Although this feedback is not captured through formal numerical data, I can't sit up here and say and show in my slideshow that there's been this amount of people, because it has been through sincere and honest conversations that we have had. The consistency and substance of these conversations provide meaningful insight into the factors influencing retention. We recognize and respect that individuals have the right to express their opinions and engage in public discourse. Feedback, both positive and negative, is an important component of organizational growth and continuous improvement. However, the frequency and nature of these concerns being raised by staff have reached a point to where it is appropriate and necessary to communicate publicly what we are hearing. The intent of this communication is not to limit speech, but to provide the board with a clear and accurate understanding of the environment our staff are experiencing and how it is impacting recruitment and retention. The district remains committed to continuing to strengthen recruitment and retention efforts. We will build on existing strategies, address the areas as they are identified, and continue to seek meaningful input from staff and our stakeholders. I think back one slide, Christian. Thank you. This next slide goes over the retention. So the things that Sweetwater One is doing for retention is our onboarding system. So we're structured onboarding for new staff members, and then reviewing the benefits. I think that when staff members start in our district, there is a lot of information that goes into that. And so making sure that they understand all of the benefits that we do have in our district. Like I talked about a little bit ago, the competitive salary schedules, the insurance and benefits are retention, reduction in class size and caseloads. We do have a teacher induction program, so that's a mentoring program for our new teachers. I think that has a lot of success, and we're continually reorganizing that and structuring that to benefit our new staff members. The calendar, positive relationships with staff. We do have opportunities for professional growth. I think that somebody asked if any of our long-term subs are leading into where they are getting their degrees and they are teaching with us. And I can say that we have 3 that have done that, 2 that just were hired in January because they finished their program. So, looking at if there's ways that we can help them financially to do that, I don't know, but those are things that we're continually looking at. The wellness program, and then we do have an emotional well-being solutions, an EPA. So that is through the insurance, where it's a 24/7 benefit to the staff members. There's no cost for them. They can get counseling and things like that. So the next one, the charts, I will go through and explain them because you cannot see them very well on there. The resignation and retirements. So the retirements in 2023 to 2024, we had 13 retirements. 24 to 25, we had 8 retirements. And then this year, as up to date, I had 3 when I made this, but I made it up to date today. So we do have 5 retirements as of today. The resignations, that bottom chart there, in 2023-24, we had 31 resignations. 24 to 25, we had 42 resignations, and 25 to 26, we had 13 resignations. And that's accurate as of today. So the exit interview process that we utilize, Upbeat is our third-party platform that we use, and the interviews are sent off to the staff members leaving the district. And then on top of that, I also complete in-person interviews. So they have the opportunity for an Upbeat exit survey and then an in-person exit interview with me. The things that I have heard over the years is moving closer to family for a reason for leaving Sweetwater One. Medical, is it true that we have, people leaving because of administrators or coworkers or PLCs, things like that? Yes, it has been in there that they have communicated, the administrators, directors, coworkers, the community. Some have left because the retirement incentive was really well and they chose to leave earlier than maybe what they thought that they were going to leave. Some have relocated to a community that better aligns with their personal practices or priorities. Some have said that they leave because of the weather. Maybe this year, if it would have been a little bit different because it's a little bit different weather than we've had in the past. And then some have said that they're moving to take care of their family members. Through the Upbeat surveys, so I think it's also important to say that none of these two reasons, so an in-person exit interview with me is not mandatory. I do send those out to everybody that is leaving, and the opportunity to come and visit with me is there for them if they want to take that. Something that I have changed this year is as we are getting those, I'm sending those emails out right away and scheduling those right away. In the past, I would wait until May when we had everything done, and then I would try and schedule those, which maybe didn't give us enough time to do so. So just re-looking at that and seeing how we can make that better. Those emails are going out as we're getting these retirements or resignations in. And then the Upbeat survey, those do also go out to the individuals. If they don't want their personal, as they're leaving, if they don't want their personal information or, personal email address, then we don't send those to them. So I think that there are other ways that we can look at getting that information, such as maybe phone calls or things like that, that we can get that information to them. So for the Upbeat survey in 2022 to 2023, there were 37 staff members that participated in that. In 2023 to 2024, there was 28 staff sent out.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
Sent out. I'm sorry, they were sent out. In 2023 and 24, we had 28 sent out. And for my in-person interviews, I sent out 28 emails and 8 people came and had a conversation with me in person. That did not include the Upbeat exit survey that they may have taken. And then for 2024-25, 29 were sent out. And I was able to hold 4 in-person exit interviews on top of the Upbeat survey that they may have taken. And then the last slide there is the retention rates. So this one was a very interesting and eye-opening one for me personally, because I think that we hear a lot of times how our retention rates are not great, but this is actually really good information. So in 2022 to 23, the teaching staff and retirees, with the resignations, we had an 88% retention rate. For the non-instructional, we had 88. And for the principals and directors, we had 95. And then it just goes across. So for 2023 to 24, the teaching and staff retirees and resignations, we had a 92% retention rate. For non-instructional certified staff, we had a 94% retention rate. For principals and directors, we had an 85. For this last school year, 2024-2025, for the teaching staff and retirees and resignations, we had a 90% retention rate. Non-instructional certified staff, we had a 94% retention rate. And then for our principals and directors, we had a 95% retention rate. So with that, are there any questions?
Go ahead, Dr. Franks.
So I will just talk. So I want to get something clarified just from my own personal knowledge, but I think it'll be a benefit just to go over it again, Tiffany. So what you're saying, like when we vote on these 2 new hires tonight, tomorrow we have 36 openings, but those openings that are 36 still have long-term subs.
Well, there could be.
Okay. But are they filled with, I guess my question is, are they filled with long-term subs?
So currently the 2 that are there, they could be filled with long-term subs. The ones that we do not fill with long-term subs would be if there is a counselor, a
Okay.
social worker.
But I
on
mean
our
the 36
vacancy.
that are open tomorrow, do we have long-term subs in those positions? Or are they just open positions that we're waiting to place someone?
So in our vacancy notice, if we have that in there, we have counselors and social workers
Mhm.
in there as part of the 38.
Okay,
So they would not have long-term subs
but
in them.
the teachers
But
would
the other
have
ones
one.
would.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think that's something that we really need to reiterate to the public. I think the other thing that we need to really reiterate is that a lot of the other counties, when they have these discrepancies that are coming down and you see that they only have 10 positions open, well, as you said, they are filling those, they're counting their long-term subs as a position being filled. So that's an eye opener to me. And I just think that needs to be reiterated quite extensively.
That was also an eye opener for me as we went through. And so it made me want to ask more questions. And so I am asking more questions of those school districts that are especially similar in our size, of how they are doing that and how they're doing their retention rates and those things. I just have questions so that we can compare that and I can update you with that information.
This is still on. But anyway, but I just think that's important.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. I was just looking through some of the data here, 2019 all the way up to 2025. And it looks like, I'm just quickly going through here, it looks like special education, there's sometimes almost double the amount of positions open in those areas. Could you explain that a little bit? Like I said, I'm just kind of going through here, but there's 13 here, there's 19 or 20 here. Seems like there's a lot of open positions
Sure.
for that.
So for the best of my ability to be able to explain that, we have tried to lower class sizes. And so we've opened. No, it is on. Am I good, Christian? Okay. So for some of those positions, we have lowered caseloads. And so we have hired more special education staff members or opened them, right? Maybe not hired, but opened them. And then I think after 2020, when we did receive some ESSER grants after COVID, we opened a lot of positions, and a lot of those were special education positions. And so we're reevaluating those things and making sure that the needs match what our district needs right now. Those are also, I feel like, hard to fill positions. And again, when we compare, I know a lot of people like to compare us because it's just 12 miles down the road to somebody that's in our same county, but I think in some of those positions, it's not comparable. And so I think in other districts that are our size, they are seeing the same exact concerns of having a hard time filling those special education positions.
If you could speak to it, what are some of the things that they're bumping up against? Are there not, I mean, are there different certification? I'm sorry, coming from not being.
Yeah, so there are different certifications for a special education staff member. A lot of our teachers, they do hold a dual degree, and so they are certified teachers K-6, and then they're special education teachers K-12. Some of the things that I hear, now do I have the data, Melissa, to go along with it? I don't, but I'm happy to find it. But some of the things that I hear are there's just sometimes more and more concerns, or the caseload or the paperwork or whatever, not just specific to our district. When I would go as an assistant special ed director to our director meetings, these are the same concerns that we're hearing across the board. Is education is just becoming harder and harder, I believe, in some cases, every single year. There's also, teacher burnout is a true thing. And so, maybe if it is in special education, finding a way to still keep our staff together here and finding different opportunities for them, or vice versa. We have some that are certified special education teachers that maybe want to change from a gen ed teacher to a special education teacher within our own district.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sorensen, you have questions?
Thanks for the presentation. As you commented, we try to provide a lot of questions ahead of time, and I think you've done a really awesome job of hitting a lot of those spots. I want to say thank you for that. I do have quite a few questions, but they're really collaborative, and they're probably just fine tuning things. And if you don't have answers, I realize you put a lot together here, so I'm okay with any answers later. But
I will do my best.
good. I think we all agree that our teacher retention and recruiting is our biggest challenge. So that's why we're having this long discussion about it. And I really appreciate putting all the time into it. The best way to face a challenge is head on and being honest about it. I've had the same challenges in my work as far as trying to recruit, retain employees. And so these discussions are good. So thank you very much for that. I want to understand the data a little bit. In 2024, we had more vacancies in August than in May. So how does that happen? Is that people during the summer who didn't resign in May and they went and found a different job somewhere else? Is it a moving target throughout the summer as well, or is it pretty locked in at
So
May?
this is going to be my best estimated guess
It
right
is.
now. So for example, this year we had some of that same thing happen, what you just explained. So we hire somebody and between then and the time that it starts, something has changed and they are resigning before they even start.
Okay.
And so that could be the case why there was 2 more that year. But I would have to take a deeper dive to really try and find that.
Because how much, we're obviously trying to hire people in the months of June, July, and August. So obviously other districts are too, and people apply for those jobs. It's a fairly natural thing. So just because we say how many we have vacant in May, it's not fair to say that's all the positions that our administrators have to fill. There's some they don't even know they have to fill yet until someone gives notice. Is that a fair way to assess it?
Yes.
To understand education? Okay. Thank you. So you talked about 3 people converted from
Okay.
long-term subs. Oh,
Nicole feels like that she might be able to answer
Oh,
that.
sure.
In
Thank you.
August, we also do our enrollment meetings. And so when we are looking at the current student enrollment, one of the district goals and Dr. Libby's priorities along with the board was to lower class size. And so our enrollment, where it was at the beginning of the year in class size, we ended up opening some more classrooms late, which are always hard to fill. So
Yeah,
that was part of the reason for some of the vacancies increasing as well.
Yeah, that's a hard time to recruit at that point, but you have to wait till you know who's all here, right? Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for adding that context. The 3 long-term subs that converted to certified staff, that's fantastic. And you kind of mentioned you don't know if there's how we want to approach that. Is that something we're looking for direction from the board as to how we can further that process? Because we appreciate our long-term subs, and if they do a good job and they want to make this a career, I think we should help them out. Is that something that's going to come to the board to decide? Is that something that I'm really curious?
So I don't know if we're all the way there yet, but what I have really appreciated in the conversations that we've been having in our staffing meetings is Dr. Libby or Mr. Gonzalez that have been in other districts before that have other ideas for what they have done in previous districts to be able to help in those areas. So I think right now they're just ideas on the table that we're discussing. And then from there, of course, keeping you guys in communication with all of that. But those are things that we are trying to address because we know it's a concern and something that we need to strengthen.
Okay. And on that note, and I'll speak for Danielle because she's not here. It's all kinds of stuff. No, her and I had a talk one time. I think it's really good that maybe we need to pick up the topic of how we treat long-term subs as far as financial compensation and benefits, since they do commit to basically a full-time job for that year. I know we started offering some benefits, but it's not full health insurance, and their pay goes through a third party. I think it'd be an interesting discussion to see if we brought these long-term subs in, thank them for helping us fill and teach our kids, but we also let them be part of the true staff. Like they get paid paycheck from the district, they could have our health insurance for that year. I think it'd be a real good discussion to have, and that might even help recruit those long-term subs to want to turn this into a long-term career. So I don't know if that's something we could put on an agenda in the future. I know Ms. Schumacher brought it up. I think it would help with this discussion of how to convert those long-term subs into certified staff.
Thank you for that. It's been a couple of years. I haven't looked into it for a little bit of time, but our long-term subs that are full-time long-term that are filling in for a certified teacher, an open position, they make the same salary as our first-year teachers. So in comparison to when we looked at it a couple of years ago, it's actually a really good compensation plan for them. They're making quite a bit of, the same as a first-year teacher. But the insurance,
Yeah.
I do understand.
Are we paying the same as a teacher? Or because what we pay our third-party provider is not what they make necessarily. So are we talking the income of the actual teacher or what we actually pay Elwood staffing?
Yep, and Nicole's going to speak to that too.
And if you don't, this
do
wasn't
know-
in my question.
I do know
so-
the answer to this because
Okay.
I was the one behind this. And so because they're contract employees, it does become a little more difficult. It's not that it's impossible to put them on our benefits and pay them through our payroll. There are some laws that we need to look into as far as their certifications and things like that. They are actually paid the beginning wage. We pay above and beyond that, the fee to the contractor.
So that's what they're taking home that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying that. Maybe we can bring up that topic to see, because I know for so many people, health insurance is like, that's the thing. I mean, you can pay me good money, but if I don't have health insurance, that can be scary for someone. So if we're trying to help recruit those long-term subs and make it a career, it might be worth addressing that. I still have more questions. I appreciate the discussion. Are we, and this may be for Mr. Gonzalez, about our recruiting budget? Do we have are we paying the same amount to recruit? Have we leaned into it more, some more funds? Because there are funds left over when we put someone into a spot, like a long-term sub versus a experienced teacher, there's extra funds there that we budgeted for. It might be appropriate to take those funds from this year to try to fill that spot, whether it's more recruiting sites or sign-on bonuses. Have we discussed that budget? Is it the same? Is there much of a budget for recruiting? I mean, I don't know what that looks like.
So I personally was very impressed at the amount of money in that line item for recruiting when we went to go and pay the out-of-state to have our postings put on their state site. We do have money there to be able to do some of these things that we would like to do. I have noticed personally that if there is a need for something and we bring that to Dr. Libby or to Mr. Gonzalez, they typically will find a way to be able to support us, especially in an area that we know is needed.
Okay. The special in that on the budget note, so if a special ed teacher recommends a friend and they make it through and get, or friend or anybody, refer someone, who get the $12,000 bonus goes to the current employee?
So
Or how does that, what does that 12,000 mean?
that would be an idea there, right? That people would like that. Like for a friend, I'll start referring right
It's-
now.
It's a thing. It's a thing. That's actually
Yeah.
how we boosted our
Yeah.
recruiting it.
So once they are hired, it
Okay.
is a very good question. That is something, again, like just didn't think about, right?
Mhm.
So when the person is hired as a special education teacher, then there is a contract that they sign. They have so many years to be able to get the degree,
Okay.
and that's how they get it. So they're
Oh.
actually hired for us, knowing that they are then get the exception through the state of Wyoming, and they are honored as a special education teacher, and they have so long to get their degree, and they get the $12,000.
Okay, so it's a current teacher choosing to move into special ed. Okay, that's neat. But on that point, I think it would be interesting to look at referral bonuses and such, because your best recruiting pool I've always found is people that work for you, because they want to work with people that they would refer. They're not going to refer people they don't want to work with.
Yep. And
Generally.
Josh, that's to the exact point that when we went to this training, that is exactly what they said, is that your best recruiting tool is your own people. And so when, in stating that, I know that alone, social media or our own people are not the sole reason, right? There's a lot of things, and I think we've talked very openly about that. We have a lot of great strengths in our district, and we also have some shortcomings.
Sure.
But it was talked about over and over that your number one, recruiting tool is your own people.
Did they give some suggestions on how to tap into that resource? I throw out money, but is there
You said
more?
TikTok.
Is there
We
strategies?
can't put it on government devices.
It was because the younger generation,
Mhm.
social media, right? And so TikTok and LinkedIn or X or whatever, I don't have any of those things, but any of those platforms that our younger generation are using, I mean, we constantly see it, right? They're on their phones. And so that, tapping into that, but there's some parameters around that. And so I think we're going to have to, again, think outside the box on how we can make that look.
So there's some limitations on government agencies doing recruiting bonuses that?
No.
you're saying
No,
something-
like this social,
TikTok.
having TikTok.
Oh, okay. That's, but the idea of giving money to an employee who refers someone who ends up getting hired, that's something that's within the boundaries of something the district can do.
Yes,
That's
I
just
think
one
that would be
idea.
something that we could, I don't want to speak out of turn. I would have to ask and make sure and look into that. But yes, I think that's something we could definitely look into.
And I don't think that'd be big. I know in our company, we did, we started at $250 and that guy was excited. And then we bumped it up to 500 when it got really tough. And I don't think it takes a lot, but the having that teacher in the classroom is such a big deal that
Yeah.
might be really good, maybe something to really dive deeper into, at least for a year, trying something like that out. Like those don't have to be policy forever. It could be this year we're trying something. I'm going, wait, do I have a time limit? Yeah? I really like this discussion. I think it's great. I think a lot of people have asked about it, so, and you have such good information. Appreciate that. I would like to ask 3 more questions. On exit interviews, and I mentioned this in an email, I think it'd be great to get more aggressive with trying to get that data. You did mention that if we send them to their school email and they're not here anymore, they won't get it. But we may not know their personal email. But we usually know their phone numbers. People don't change those. And if we hired a service, a third-party service, that their whole focus is to get the data for us, and I think that terminated employees would probably be appreciative if someone called and said, hey, the district hired us as a third party, we want to find this out. I know sometimes exit interviews are hard, no matter who they are, talking to a prior employer, as opposed to talking to a third party person. I can't imagine it would cost that much. We can give them a target to try to, like last year we had the 44 terminations or something, and we had 4 exit interviews. Just a little more effort there might be something we could pull off that wouldn't fall on you guys because you guys have a lot on your plate already. I don't know if we've looked into a service like that. Is it something we've?
So it is
Yep.
something that Upbeat does do for us. It is the third party. And we're happy to have that conversation and just see what it looks like, give them those ideas. For me personally, because I know in the August or September board meeting, that was asked, it was a conversation. And so it's made me reflect too on ways that we can strengthen that.
Yeah.
So as I stated that, instead of waiting until May to schedule these meetings as I have the past 2 years, I have started sending those emails out immediately when we know that people are resigning or retiring. And then also knowing that maybe if an email isn't answered, I'm happy to then make a phone call.
Yeah, just adding a follow-up to there, not assuming the lack of a response because they don't want to. So my last 2 questions. How low do we think it's possible to get vacancies? So we talk about graduation rate, and there's just some things we can't control. And no district I know of hits 100%. So could we ever actually get to full, or what do we think is realistic? In a district that has, how many employees do we have total? It's a lot.
Right around 1,000.
Right. So to want to be at 0 seems a little Pollyannistic, right? But what do we think we could get to? What do we want to? What's
0?
best?
Right, our goal is always 0 to be
The
fully
goal's 0,
staffed, right?
yes.
For me specifically, and looking at all of this data, if we could even cut it in half in a year's time or more than, I think we have to have realistic goals too, but our goal is 0.
Okay.
Do
Do we think do we feel like it's possible, or is it going to be a challenge?
I don't know if have we ever been at 0?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
long
Okay.
time ago.
And then my last question is, how can the board help you guys? What could we do? Can we go to job fairs and cheer you on? What could the board do to be helpful to? Because it's the biggest problem we're facing. So
I just heard him sign you up to go to job fairs.
I love job fairs. It's fun.
I don't want to speak for you in this country, but I do have one. So on the Upbeat survey, we consistently see work-life balance as one of the biggest struggles for teachers in general or staff. And it's been the feedback that I've received that the 4-day week plays into that and helps. But I think if we can think about ways to encourage work-life balance, that would play a part in it. I know that any teacher you try to message on a weekend or 9 o'clock at night, you almost always get a response. And, it's like they're dedicated. They put their heart and soul into it.
But that also means that their work-life balance is not very good. So
Okay.
any ways that we can promote or encourage that, I think would be helpful. I don't have answers, but I think it'd be good to think about.
Just to go off of that, I really do appreciate you all tremendously. Because like I said, the way that we have been doing it and that makes sense to me and improvements when talking to people or talking to our teams here, you have brought other ideas forward for us to be able to think about. So I think just that continued, pushing us to think a little bit differently and seeing and just looking into those things. So I think that that's one thing that could continue. I have appreciated that.
Yeah, and if you think of things to answer that question, how we can help, please let us know. I think everyone on the board sees that. I think Dr. Franks will be up for doing our social media, maybe some TikToks. And thanks again for answering all my questions. I
Yes.
hope that was constructive.
And if you have any more, please let me know.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
We appreciate
you.
it.
Good evening, Superintendent, Chair Wright, and members of the board. I'm going to add on just to give you a brief overview of the early incentive, notice incentive. It was not an early retirement incentive. There is a distinct difference between the two. And then I was also asked just to kind of cover some of our investigations. I will do that in a very broad manner. So I don't get off task, I'm going to read. I hope you guys don't mind. Then I'll stand for questions. But the purpose of this information, as requested by the board, is to review the district's commitment to conducting proper and thorough investigations with personnel and student concerns, ensuring due process for all involved parties, and making decisions grounded in facts, evidence, and established policy. It also clarifies why personnel matters are not addressed in public forums and underscores the district's responsibility to act with accountability, integrity, and professionalism. The district takes all concerns, complaints, and allegations seriously. When an issue is brought forward, appropriate investigative procedures are initiated in alignment with district policy, state law, and applicable employment regulations. Each matter is handled individually with care, neutrality, and attention to detail. At the outset of a concern, the district also determines whether an interim or protective measures are necessary to safeguard individuals involved during the review process. For every concern or complaint, the district conducts a review of all relevant facts. This includes documentation, witness statements, timelines, and any additional evidence that is reasonably available. Decisions regarding employment or discipline are never based on rumor. They're never based off speculation, public opinion, or incomplete information. Rather, determinations are made only after comprehensive review of the facts and circumstances. It is also assessed whether the matter warrants a full investigation. Due process is a foundational component of all district investigations. Individuals involved are provided the opportunity to respond, submit information, and participate in the process. Now, whether an individual chooses to engage in that opportunity is their decision. However, the opportunity itself is consistently offered. Due process exists to ensure fairness, protect the rights of all parties, and uphold the integrity of district decision-making. The district remains committed to these principles in every case, regardless of external pressure or public sentiment. Once all relevant information has been gathered and reviewed, decisions are made based on the totality of the evidence and in accordance with district policy, administrative regulations, and legal obligations. These decisions are neither arbitrary nor driven by popularity or dissatisfaction of an outcome. Disagreement with a decision does not by itself indicate that a policy or procedure was violated. Investigations often involve difficult questioning and outcomes that may be uncomfortable or unpopular. The appropriate standard for evaluating district actions is whether proper procedures were followed and whether decisions were supported by documented evidence, not whether every individual agrees with the results. The district recognizes that it is comprised of people and mistakes can occur. When errors are identified, established and appropriate mechanisms exist to address them. These include internal reviews, corrective action, and continuous improvement efforts designed to strengthen systems and prevent recurrence. Public confrontation, speculation, or misinformation do not contribute to resolution and often undermine trust in the process. The district remains committed to addressing concerns in a professional, respectful, and constructive manner. School District Number 1 does not and should not litigate personnel matters in media or public forums. This practice is rooted in legal requirements, ethical responsibilities, and respect for employees and student privacy. Even when the district may be legally permitted to disclose information, it often refrains from doing so to protect the integrity of the process and the individuals involved. I want to note that the absence of public commentary should not be interpreted as lack of action, accountability, or that we're hiding something. Rather, it reflects a commitment of handling sensitive matters responsibly, lawfully, and privately. Individuals, student or adult, if the situation allows, deserves an opportunity to learn from their behavior. That does not mean that it's absent of a consequence. The district acknowledges that individual perceptions are real to those who hold them and shape how situations are experienced. Those perceptions matter and deserve to be acknowledged. However, a single perspective does not represent the entirety of the facts or the full context of the situation. While individuals may choose to publicly share their version of events, the district will not engage in public rebuttals or discourse that could compromise due process or harm others. The district's responsibility is not to win a narrative, but to act with integrity, rely on verified facts, and respect established procedures. The district chooses professionalism over publicity, accountability over retaliation. While specific personnel details cannot be disclosed, the board and administration can state with confidence that the district decisions are supported by documentation, evidence, and thorough review despite narratives that those things were not done or do not exist. The district stands behind its actions and is prepared to do so through appropriate legal and governance channels when necessary. Accountability is foundational to the district's mission and leadership responsibilities. This includes accountability to students, families, staff, and the community, as well as accountability to policy, law, and ethics standards. True accountability does not require responding to every public demand for information, and the Wyoming Public Records Statute does not require us to respond to a list of questions. Accountability requires us doing the work correctly, following due process, and documenting decisions. Accountability is the expectations that individuals and organizations take responsibility for their actions, decisions, and conduct based on verifiable facts and established standards. It requires fact-based discussion of behavior and outcomes followed by appropriate action when expectations, policies, or professional responsibilities are not met. Being held accountable means that choices, positive or negative, may result in corresponding consequences, such as recognition, corrective action, or improvement measures. Accountability is applied consistently, transparently, in alignment with policy and due process. Let's be clear, accountability is not retaliation. Retaliation involves adverse action intended to harm that is taken in response to protected activity. In contrast, accountability is rooted in objective evidence and focuses on behavior and actions, not personal motives, opinions, or the acts raising concerns. The district will not address misinformation, speculation, or rumors through community groups, social media platforms, or informal public forums. These channels do not provide the structure, accuracy, or due process necessary for responsible review or response. Individual questions, concerns, or complaints are expected to follow the established chain of command and utilize formal district channels in accordance with district policy. To allow the district to take appropriate action, concerns must identify the specific policy and procedures alleged, not general policies and procedures, to have been violated and include relevant details and supporting evidence. This process ensures fairness, protects the integrity of district operations, and allows concerns to be reviewed in a consistent and professional manner that prioritizes student, staff, and the broader school community. There are circumstances in which the purposeful dissemination of one-sided narratives, omissions of material facts, speculation, or misinformation becomes so significant that the district must clarify the record with accurate information. I got to get a drink. Sorry, my mouth is so dry. The district currently had 2 recent special ed complaints. One complaint is being contested due to irregularities in scope of investigation and concerns that the alleged violation does not actually align with the requirements outlined by FERPA. The second complaint was filed by a disgruntled former employee who was founded as responsible for the same conduct alleged against the district. That individual was held accountable, appropriate corrective actions were already implemented, and the district will not dispute the findings. Of approximately 40 complaints currently under review by the state, 2 involves Sweetwater County, School District Number 1. While the districts with far more complaints are not getting called for a special audit, we stand that special education audits are not uncommon, and the district welcomes the review by the Wyoming Department of Education. We will work as partners. These reviews are specific to special education programming, not open to general district business. In addition, the district continues to receive comments through public comment and in media reports as of recent, falsely reporting the non-release of a student's records. Although we cannot disclose the contents of student records in public, we can disclose these parents were provided these records they requested on August 15th, 2025 at 10:52 a.m. Now, the early notice incentive. This is not an early retirement incentive. The school district has offered an early notice incentive to encourage teachers to declare their employment intentions. This goes to your questions, Josh, before the statutory resignation deadline of May 15th. Without early notice, the district is unable to post vacancies or recruit for qualified candidates in a timely manner, placing it at a competitive disadvantage in the hiring market. This delay often results in last-minute staffing decisions, limited applicant pools, and increased reliance on emergency or long-term substitute placements, all of which directly disrupt instructional continuity and negatively impact student learning. By incentivizing the early notice, the district gains the ability to open positions earlier, attract stronger candidates, and ensure classrooms are staffed with qualified teachers prior to the start of the school year. This proactive approach supports stability for students, families, and staff while improving overall educational outcomes. The early notice incentive did not require separate board approval, as it was already included as a line item within the district's approved budget. The board's approval of the budget authorized the administration to implement this incentive as a staffing and retention tool in alignment with operational needs and student-focused priorities. So we have staff that understand that they're retiring. We have staff that are moving closer to take care of their families. We have staff leaving for the various reasons that Tiff has mentioned. And so if they know, we might as well incentivize to get the resignation early so we can open the positions to try to find qualified staff and hopefully get down to 0. So.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
I have one question.
Oh, you do? Go ahead.
I can't remember, is the window still open on that, or did it close? Do we know how many?
Yeah, so
taken in
we did
advance?
it. We did a tiered system this year. So what we did was $2,000 up until I think they had until a certain time today. Then in 2 weeks, it's 1,500. And then in another 2 weeks, it's 1,000, I think. And then by then they'll start rolling in. But yeah, the May 5th, the statutory requirement to allow people to resign up until May 15th, it kills school districts.
So by doing this, people are trying to find jobs for the fall,
Yeah.
whether they're new students out of UW or,
Mhm.
and we can know better what positions we have to fill.
Yes.
So we can try to be in the running for them. So
Matter of fact, we have some student teachers, I think, that are getting ready to get interviewed, so we can get them signed on now.
great.
Yeah, so it'd be great.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so it is getting late and I do want to be respectful of everybody's time. We do have an executive session that we'll move forward to next, but I'm hopeful that it's 10 to 15 minutes or less, just to be fully transparent. And then we'll be back for our public comments. So if I can please have a motion to go into executive session. So moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Anderson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll move into executive session. I don't know where Joe is, but. Okay. If I can please have a motion to return to the regular meeting. Moved by Dr. Frank, second. Second by Mr. Sorensen. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We'll move back into our regular meeting and move on to guidelines for public comment. All matters, sorry, wrong one there. Thank you for attending today's board meeting and for your continued engagement with the district. As we move into the public comment portion, we kindly ask that each speaker limit their comments to one opportunity. If you've already submitted written public comments, we kindly request that you refrain from addressing the board again on the same topic. All written comments will be posted in the written public comment section of the agenda for review by all attendees, including trustees. Speakers may comment on district policies, operations, and programs or other matters that relate directly to the school district and the board's business. We ask the issues that are not of general importance to the broader community or relevant to the board's governance of the district should be addressed through appropriate administrative channels. Comments regarding the performance or employment of individual district employees are not permitted during public comment. Formal complaints about school personnel may be submitted to the Board of Trustees in accordance with policy KLD and using the form in KLD-E. Staff complaints or grievances should follow the procedures outlined in policy GBM. Comments regarding individual students will not be permitted. The district's legally prohibited from discussing confidential student matters in a public forum. If you are unable to finish your comment within the allotted 3 minutes, we invite you to submit the remainder in writing to the superintendent or board chair. These submissions will be shared with all board members after the meeting and will receive a response in the same manner as public comment. And with that, we did have one written public comment submitted. If you guys will please take a look at that. And we will move forward to in-person public comments.
Superintendent Libby and trustees, my name is Laura. I'm a concerned parent and grandmother. It has come to my attention that students in grades 4 to 12 are being shown CNN 10. According to CNN's own producers.
Laura, you can start over. Will you unmute your microphone? Sorry. It's up by the mouthpiece and the red light should come on.
There we go.
Okay. Superintendent Libby and trustees, my name is Laura McKee. I'm a concerned parent and grandmother. It's come to my attention that students in grades 4 through 12 are being shown CNN 10. According to CNN's own producers, this program is intended for children 13 years age or older, raising concerns about age appropriateness for younger students. Research shows that exposure to news, especially coverage involving violence, death, or civil unrest, can contribute to stress, anxiety, and fear in children. Best practices recommend that parents monitor such content, set limits, and discuss events in age-appropriate ways. That responsibility belongs with families, not classrooms. Recent coverage involving ICE enforcement and protests, particularly in Minnesota, have been highly controversial and deeply divisive. In Wyoming, we raise our children to be law-abiding citizens, to respect the law enforcement, and to follow lawful orders. Presenting politically charged national events through partisan media risks undermining those values. For example, the CNN episode that aired on January the 12th reported the death of Renee Goods, but did not mention that the ICE officer involved was treated for internal injuries following their altercation. Omitting relevant facts does not provide students with a complete or unbiased understanding of the incident. A similar issue occurred on the January 27th episode covering the death of Preddy, which also failed to include all known facts. This raises an important question. What discussions occur after these videos are shown? A student should never know a teacher's political stance. Teachers should facilitate balanced discussion, not influence opinion. As you know, there was a student walkout protesting ICE during school hours, along with reports that students were allowed to create protest signs during class time. While I support the First Amendment, instructional time should not be used for political demonstrations. I am also aware of a student being called a racist for choosing not to participate, which speaks to a climate of division rather than inclusion. I would like to reference the Wyoming State Statute, Article 7, Section 12, which prohibits sectarian instruction. Sectarian extends beyond religion to include deeply divided political ideologies using partisan media in classrooms, risk bias, inclusion, and us versus them mentality. I am asking for accountability and change. Specifically, I'm requesting the district stop showing CNN 10 in classrooms, ensure instructional material remain politically neutral, follow the Wyoming Constitution, and respect the will of the parents and the citizens. Finally, I request clarification regarding school policy DJF Section D and why requirements for prior board approval and competitive bidding for large purchases were removed. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead.
Hi, Chairman Wright, members of the board, and Superintendent Libby. My name is Greg Buell. I teach at Rock Springs High School, and I'm here on behalf of the Sweetwater Education Association, and we would just like to respectfully open negotiations.
Thank you.
That's it.
Oh, I better put my glasses on. Board of Trustees, Chair Wright, and Dr. Libby. My name is Lorna Bath. And after reading recent articles about Sweetwater County School District Number 1, I felt compelled to speak. I'm saddened not only by the content, but the tone in which some information has been shared. When issues are presented primarily for sensational effect, the harm extends beyond the district and into our broader community. This district has been a part of my life since kindergarten at Yellowstone Elementary. I'm a graduate of Rock Springs High School. I'm not going to tell you how long ago. And my siblings and I all served as educators here. I retired in 2023 after 26 years of teaching with involvement at the building, district, and state levels. Throughout my career, one principle consistently guided administrators, teachers, and community members alike, and that is doing what is best for students. That commitment has not changed, at least for the aforementioned and most community members. I'm concerned about the ongoing public criticism of district leadership and this board particularly when it occurs on social media and lacks broader context. While I recognize that some concerns come from individuals with prior governance experience, I hope all voices, and past and present, can contribute in ways that strengthen trust rather than deepen division. I ask us all to pause, reflect on our intentions, and consider whether our words and actions are truly serving our students, our schools, and our community. Respectfully, Lorna Bath.
Thank you, Ms. Bath.
I have a breathing condition, so okay, my name is Erin Massey. Good evening. Apparently in Sweetwater County School District 1, the privilege of being heard isn't granted through professional courtesy or returned voicemails. It is earned by standing at this microphone. I've read your rules. I'm told to protect feelings and avoid naming the guilty. It is a fascinating hierarchy of values. This district's commitment to protecting the privacy of paid professionals far outweighs the commitment to protecting the children those professionals are failing. Since you forced me to speak in generalities to shield the adults in this room, I will speak in bureaucracy. I tried to handle this with discretion. My voicemails, I guess, disappeared into black holes. I showed up in person, children in tow, and was met with the kind of polite lies designed to usher a nuance out the door. If your strategy was to ignore me until I disappeared, you failed miserably, much like this district's recent test scores. If your goal, however, was to force me to bring this matter before every parent listening, then congratulations, mission accomplished. In December, a school in this district read My shadow is purple to 5 and 6-year-olds. Let's stop the euphemisms. This is a primer on non-binary identity. It explicitly dismisses biological reality as insufficient. After reading, kindergartners were pressured to publicly identify their gender by color. When you bypass parents to introduce ideologies these kids can't even spell, you aren't opening minds. You are overstepping your authority. Our children are not your laboratory animals, and these classrooms are not your testing grounds for social engineering. The silence from the central office proves where the line is drawn in the sand. I have already moved my child to homeschooling to escape this. I'm fortunate to have that choice. But my presence here today isn't about our exit. It is about the integrity of the institution we leave behind. For the parents with children still in this district, ask yourselves, why is this board more afraid of names than they are of results? When you protect a process over a child, you are not leading. You're just occupying a chair. You must decide what a school is for. Is it a laboratory for social theories, or is it a sanctuary for the pursuit of objective truth? When we trade biology for ideology and phonics for feelings, we aren't being progressive, we're being negligent. We are graduating children into a competitive world with the wrong tools. I do not accept silence as a substitute for an answer, and I do not accept policy as a substitute for common sense. I am far from the only voice in Wyoming demanding better. I am calling for a return to the academic rigor that honors a child's potential rather than experimenting with their identity. Let me finish with this. We must reclaim the classroom for academics. The only thing that matters is the excellence of the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey.
Good evening. It is less than 10 minutes to my bedtime, just so you know. My name is Marty Albert, and I am here to advocate for the arts. Now, I want you to know that when I was in school, I am not art-oriented. I love to look at other people's. I did everything in my power to avoid every arts class. However, as a teacher, I had students who came to school because they got art classes. I subbed at the high school. I am in awe of the skills taught and the talents nurtured. Recently, I got to fill in for an art teacher for 3 weeks at only one of her schools, thank goodness. By the way, if planning, they really need 5 minutes between classes. And I watch those kids who come and they just light up. Now you say, why am I doing this? I was a military spouse, we moved around. And every state we lived in where the legislators started talking about public education as ours does, we saw arts greatly reduced and in other states completely removed. I have admired the district's commitment to CTE, and no matter what our legislature does, I am begging you to find a way to keep the arts for our students and to keep them at the levels we have now. We have kids that it's what keeps them going, and we should do it for them. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ms. Albert.
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Hibbs. First, I would like to thank you for the questions that were asked tonight and the discussion. That's what we want to see from the public. So thank you. I wanted to mention a few thoughts that I had while listening to a lot of the discussion. First of all, our exit interview information did not list negative parents as a primary reason that people left their jobs. And I think that's worth noting. If staff has concerns about how they interact with people on social media, I don't know why it's a priority to be protecting their experience on social media, especially when many parents have been harassed by district staff and spouses of district staff. So I would like to ask that if we are going to raise that concern, we also hold staff members of the district and their spouses and anybody else who's harassing parents to the same standard, please. If you need any examples of hardship that the community has faced at the hands and at the mouth, not at the hands, I will clarify, nobody has physically harmed me or any of my friends or any of the community, but I can tell you that mental health has extremely been damaged by the words of other people online, and I'm honestly really sick of the narrative that the parents are just being negative. I've got plenty of screenshots if you'd like to see them. Just let me know. I personally experienced harassment by a district staff member, both online and this person went on school grounds. Both of these happened during contract hours, during this person's work hours. I was then approached in the community by people who witnessed this on the school grounds and online. I followed all of your internal avenues to say how this affected me, and I followed procedure. One of them was chosen not to be investigated because the online harassment, I can't remember the name of the policy because when I've listed policy in the past, I don't know that it's made a difference. I was told that it was not going to be investigated. But let me tell you something, it was resolved because that teacher apologized to the people who witnessed this person's choices, but I was never apologized to. So I want you to know that while we sit here and I'm just gonna be honest, very passive aggressively are told how negative we're being, that it goes both ways. And I was here last month asking you guys to please stop blaming parents. I'm asking all of you to do the same. Please stop. I'm just saying this to you because I'm speaking to you directly. Guess what? Today I have some information for you. I was at a homeschool Valentine's party today, and I had multiple parents who are previous employees of our district talk to me that they used to be employees here as teachers. They have since left and taken their children with them and are now at my homeschool Valentine parties that I'm throwing because my child didn't feel safe in our district. So if you want to know where our students are leaving to, I can tell you a lot of them are homeschooling now, and a lot of them used to work for the district. So if we're going to sit and ask why we have trouble with teacher attention, I think it's very fair that we also ask why we are having students leave. When I called to tell the district my child is going to be homeschooled, I was not asked a single question. I know that in our state, you don't have to tell the district why, but I do think it's legal for us to ask and let people know you don't have to legally tell them why they're leaving, but it would be worth asking why we're losing students. So as I have very little time left, I just want to say, can we please stop with the blaming? I said this last month, I'm going to say it again. We can be positive all we want, but it's not just the parents. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Hibbs. If you have more you want to submit written, we will take a look at that as well. Further public comment?
Good evening. I'm Jessica Libby, not related to Dr. Libby, for the 12 millionth time. In response to the discussion surrounding the ability of the district to recruit and maintain personnel, I'd like to offer an outside perspective, and I'm speaking as a private citizen and not from my official role within the district. I spoke earlier in the year about the reputation Rock Springs has around the state. When I announced in a statewide education meeting that I was taking my position and moving here, I was met with a lot of sarcastic, "Good luck, Rock Springs." Unfortunately, I now understand why those comments were made. I've never been in a community, and I'm not taking sides, parents, staff members, it doesn't matter, where there are social media pages dedicated to accountability, where people can post anonymously. Seems like an oxymoron to me because where is the accountability for those who are posting? I've never seen community members utilizing social media and news outlets and seek to destroy campaigns against those they disagree with or didn't like the answers they were given, instead of seeking to understand where those with different opinions or ways of approaching things are coming from. Community members on both sides are participating in and endorsing the same hateful, bullying, and disrespectful behaviors. Some are advocating for us as a district and community to correct and prevent. You can't have it both ways. You're either part of the solution or you're part of the problem. I have lived in this community for almost 2 years, and I don't know all the history behind the accountability pages, the attacks on certain individuals, who is saying what or thinks what they want to think or whatever. And it's not that I don't care or those that need the support need to be heard or shouldn't get what they need. And I certainly agree with advocating for what you feel is right. But there comes a time where healing and forward movement can't occur without putting the past behind us. And what are our kids watching us do as a community? Tear individuals down and engage in such terrible and bullying behavior? No wonder we can't keep people here in positions. Who would want to work in a community where they fear being the next target because they're not perfect or agree with certain individuals? None of us have lived a perfect life, never made a mistake, or can say that they live above reproach. So how dare you throw that expectation out to others? Some of us have had a much more personal experience with mental illness, anxiety, depression, and suicide. My biggest fear is that an individual that has been or will be caught in the crosshairs of this community will choose to leave more than just their job. Now we can stand up and speak of the golden rule or treat others the way you want to be treated, or those who throw stones at glass houses and whatever all the sayings are. But if there continues to be no self-reflection and more do not come forward in exasperation and disdain, all will be lost. There are many, many wonderful people in this community, and that positivity needs to come out louder. I read a quote on Instagram about a message a person was sent, and it said, "If we had gone to kindergarten together, I would have hung my coat up next to yours." Instead of trying to destroy others, why don't we start hanging our coats up next to each other?
Thank you, Ms. Libby. Further public comment? Further public comment? Further public comment? Okay, then with that, we will move on to the response to previous month's public comment. I am going to start out here. I think Dr. Libby also has a few responses that he can provide as well. Ms. McKee, before you take off, I know I kind of addressed this last time, but I want to say it again just to be clear. So the consent agenda items being lumped together, we have made some changes to that process throughout the last year to try to make meetings more efficient, where we're not reading check numbers and amounts and so forth. But your point's not lost on me. We've talked about this, and board members do always have the ability to hold items on the consent agenda and discuss them if desired, which also means as a community member, if you have questions or concerns about items on there, reach out to one of us beforehand so that we can do that. And then we will go ahead and make sure that we're addressing those appropriately. And that goes for the board as well. Second, I was going to respond to Ms. Hibbs. In reviewing the video from last month, I believe I got a question out of the public comment that was, what do you think we are doing? So all the things that you offered about being said about you have also been said about us by people who don't know us at all, who have never actually talked to us. We've offered one-on-one meetings with anyone and everyone for over a year now. We've created breakfast meetings to hear more from the community, only to have people scoff at the amount of time, though the last 30-minute meeting lasted over 2 hours, and everyone present was happy to spend the time needed to hear everyone out. Let me be clear, I and the other trustees have full-time commitments around school board, whether that be our jobs, our own kids, the sports we coach, or a combination therein. We leave our jobs constantly and have to make that time up somewhere to be there for the children of Sweetwater 1. We have spent countless hours reviewing complaints, petitions, emails, questions, laws, and language around all of the situations presented at these meetings. While confidentiality prevents me from speaking to them all directly, I can confidently say we've looked into everything that you or any other community member has brought to the board, including the AI-generated lists of questions that are answered and met with another lengthy list of questions, rather than any acceptance of responses already provided. In the last 6 months alone, over 200 questions have been asked that, to answer thoughtfully and with positivity, requires time, energy, and resources. That has the potential, when not done thoughtfully and carefully, to take away from the students of our district. Nevertheless, I can look you straight in the eye and tell you honestly that we all listen up here as a board. We spend hours upon hours of unforeseen time researching, requesting answers, and having thoughtful discussions as allowed by law with the board and district leadership. This board is comprised of very educated, hardworking individuals who genuinely want what's best for kids. And honestly, I'm only addressing this today because it's gone on for far too long. So you asked, what do I think you're doing? I think you're doing the same thing that we're all doing. And we've always been advocates for working together positively. We've listened to you, and we've researched situations and questions that pertain to you. Where possible, we've addressed those to the greater good of the community. But there remains confidentiality and other governance issues, including the purpose of a board meeting, that limit conversation in this room. Furthermore, you have been offered one-on-one meetings by trustees more than just myself, and you've declined. The opportunity remains to get together and work through anything else on your mind, but it's hard to have those conversations if two people don't show up, ready to listen with an open mind and move forward productively. I can also confirm that all complaints submitted to the board during my tenure as chairman have been handled in the same manner, regardless of the complainant or the respondents. You also posted on social media recently that you emailed myself directly about a board governance policy question a couple months ago. The question was, and I quote, "I am requesting the district's policy and procedure for submitting an anonymous complaint alleging a board of trustee violation." And then you went on to say, "Could you please clarify whether the absence of such a policy means that only a trustee may file a complaint on behalf of a citizen?" So your question was, I'm requesting the district's policy. I directed that to the superintendent because the board can direct the work of their employees as they see fit, and it was directed as a district policy question, not a board governance question. That is why. So I wanted to clarify those things, and I do genuinely want to say, I believe that the individuals sitting up here as trustees want what's best for kids. We desire to listen, we desire to work together, and we desire to move forward and do what we can to improve this district. So if it's not me or a certain CAB individual or whatever the case may be, find the person you're comfortable with. By all means, have that conversation. And we have a great working relationship, and we are on board with hearing people out, finding those solutions and working for them. So I'd like to offer that again. With that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Libby for other responses to public comment, and then to the board if you have anything else.
Good evening. I do have a few here I want to respond to. So last week at public comment, Ms. Hibbs made mention of two concerns that she had brought forward. And I went back to double check to make sure that we had some responses. Her first response that she spoke about again tonight was a staffing concern, and that was responded to by Human Resources in January. I think one of the things that I can comment along as well tonight is that a request for an apology. One of the things straight across the board, even when we talk to administrators, is when you have students that you're working with, you can walk them through the situation and you can provide consequences, but the one thing that you can't mandate is apology, because an apology has to come from the heart. And mandating an apology is just that. It's just to mandate it, and if it doesn't mean anything when it comes out, then those words are pointless. So I respect her question and her concern about not receiving something from a staff member. However, that's not something that would be part of an action that an administrator would have. I also want to recognize that when she did share this, she did absolutely follow the protocols that she needed to, and followed those and followed the policies as stated. And her concerns were directed towards the individual that should be responding to those, and that was the building administrator is responsible for the supervision and the oversight of their staff, particularly if conduct like this occurs during the school day and on business hours. And my understanding from the conversations is those were addressed at the building level, and that information was shared back to Ms. Hibbs. Her other concern was a concern with a high school issue, and that issue was addressed by Human Resources on the 14th of January as well. We also had a question that came up during the public comment around from Ms. Cochran about potential training for staff members, and she wondered if QPR was a training that was mandated, and it's mandatory for all staff members to do prevention training on an annual basis. She also asked a question during workshop, why during workshop did we not talk about ADMs? Last month's workshop was around the 4-day school week and not around ADMs or our student enrollment. So those two were not shared at the same time. We continue to work together. Myself, Mr. Gonzalez, Human Resources, to make sure that we're paying attention to our staffing so that we are financially sound as we move forward. We have intentionally in many spaces overstaffed. I'll own that one because I feel that our K-6s are the places that if we have issues and concerns, you fix it before it becomes a problem. And we have the capabilities in some of those to provide more resources and supports in those areas, and we will continue to do so. Not at the cost of our secondary programs, but hopefully at the benefit, so that if we can resolve those issues before we need those extra resources and supports at the secondary level, we're going to be proactive in that activity. I think Chair Wright addressed Ms. McKee's question about conflict of interest in the line item piece, where that was the conflict of interest policy that we had to talk about, was to make sure that there was no conflict of interest in our finances. So I think that one was already addressed. Please, if I've missed one, we talk. So I'll make sure that we can get those. Let me see if I have any others. There was some written public comment that was also provided by Ms. Cochran around initiatives and high priorities for the school district. I'm going to reference back to the priorities that the board has created around prioritizing initiatives and benefits for students, better communication between the board, the superintendent, the board, and the community, board involvement in WSBA, school activity, superintendent monthly meetings, and community meetings. There is a question around, are these fully institutionalized or do they dependent on the leader? Everything's a work in progress. Right? We're always trying to work forward. There was also a question around what's the sustainability or if there's potential for leadership change. And we've had a lot of those conversations at our leadership meeting around succession planning. There are a significant number of folks that are at the district level, even at our building level, that have 20 plus years of experience. What's the plan? What's the plan for retirement? What's the plan as we move forward? So I continue to have those conversations in the leadership aspect around what's your succession planning for your department, for your school, for your program. We can look at succession planning in many different ways. We talk about the numbers of students that we're lacking when we get to high school sports. So we did succession planning because how do you expect to have so many kids out for sports if you're cutting them at the junior high? So we're not cutting at the junior high anymore. So we're providing some of those opportunities for them. And actually, even tonight, Mr. Frome asked about the potential of starting a junior high speech and debate program. And my response back to him was, as it always is, why not? What's holding us back from doing this? So if that's something that he wants to do so that we can continue to build it as we move forward, why not? We'll look into it. We'll see if we can make that happen. We've had some questions that were also around our MTSS processes. And how are those processes being measured? And those are measured in our school improvement plans that we bring forward. They're measured in our winter Y-top assessments. They're measured in our data talks that we have on a monthly basis, and they're measured when we do our learning walks and conversations with our PLCs. That's a very large, that's a dissertation question. But to keep the answer short, that those pieces and our MTSS processes and making sure our students are finding their successes is what we do on a monthly basis. And that's where we try to prioritize our time. I think one of the greatest things that we've done, and I will give this to previous administration, is right across the street over at Overland. And the skills that we build in our students before they even walk into the kindergarten. When we have kids coming into kindergarten that are already proficient or above proficiency in their kindergarten standards. Now what we need to do is we need to keep pushing them forward so that those kindergartners are working on first grade standards and first grade's working on second and second's working on third so that we can make life easier for our K-6 staff. So every year we're successful over at Overland is another year that we're successful in our kindergartners and our K-3s. Our priority this past year has been our 4-6s, and we will continue to have that as our priority because that's the only building in the district that tests 4 years in a row. And the scores out of our 4-6s impact 7 schools within the school district. So we will continue to work on that. There's a question about must-haves and like-to-haves if our ADMs continue to drop. We will have those discussions as we move forward. And there was a conversation or a question about, where is it? It was about the CTE building, but we already spoke to that when we spoke earlier about the timeframes and the timelines for the new construction of the school. With that, I think that hits all the marks for public comment.
So the only other thing I was going to make mention of too is that we have been contacted recently several times about some responses and districts' feedback or responses to certain questions with local media, with Cowboy State Daily. As I mentioned, it's important to me and the board to be accurate and thoughtful in our responses. So we do plan on providing that as we move forward. So you can watch out for those, but we want to make sure that we're getting the information out there as timely as possible, but not so hastily that, miscommunications are made. So any other comments, responses to public comment? Okay. With that, let's move on to agenda item 6, which is our consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agendas are matters about which the board has governing policies, implementation of which is delegated to the superintendent. They will be enacted in one motion in the order listed below. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the time the Board of Trustees votes on the motion, unless members of the board request specific items be held and discussed separately and/or removed from this section. So may I please have a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented and/or amended? It's been moved by Dr. Franks. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Ms. Anderson. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to item 7, which is a budget amendment and resolution. Let's see, they're attached to the agenda. So if I can please have a motion to approve the budget amendment and appropriations resolution 2026-1.
I'll make a motion.
It's been moved by Ms. Anderson. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Sorensen. Any discussion on this? Any questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Next agenda item is the approval of policy DJF, which has been presented here. I am going to make a motion that we table this policy. It's been brought to my attention that we've maybe have some questions or potential revisions, just making sure that we have all of our compliance in order on this. So if that's the will of the board, then we'll move forward accordingly. So I'm going to motion that we table this until the March meeting. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Dr. Franks. Any discussion or further comments on that?
I can
Please.
offer a little bit of clarification. I think
Sure.
the only changes that were made into this policy is that there's some red line out that is, instead of it being paragraph and in word form, it's just in the chart. So the same language that was being red line out in the purchasing procedures was just identified in the chart that was being provided, so that it was just easier to read and easier to understand as the priorities that were identified for state and local fundings. And then the chart itself actually goes all the way across and identifies the statutes and the regulations that drive that discussion. So nothing with regards to tabling. I just wanted to make it really clear that the only portion that's in here is that there's some red line language that takes verbiage from being just written out paragraph form and throws it in a chart so that everybody can have it on their desk and it's easy for folks to recognize, instead of having to try to fumble through the verbiage and then trying to figure out, okay, so what does this actually mean? We just decided, and Mr. Gonzalez just decided to make this sweet and easy, throw it into a chart, add all the statutes that are next to it, and let it ride, so that it was just a little bit easier for folks to be able to define and to interpret.
Okay, great. I appreciate that clarification. I think if the board's okay with it, we'll continue on with the tabling just for the sense of having the reviewed, and then we'll just approve it at the next board meeting unless any other questions come up. So all those in favor of tabling that policy, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. The next item there is the 4-day school week. Ms. Bolton, I can let you comment to this as well, but if you remember at our last board workshop, Ms. Bolton just needs some direction moving forward as to whether we assemble a committee. And I think it's really important, I'll let you do this, but to explain the difference between the calendar committee and the 4-day alternate.
Yeah.
So if you'd provide that clarification so we're transparent on what we're moving forward with, please.
Absolutely. So by policy, I hold calendar committee every single 2 years. You guys, these make for long weeks. I apologize. Every 2 years. And it literally is to only discuss the calendar. So the start date of school, the end date, we make sure that like the amount of days that are supposed to be there are there, the hours. That happens by policy. An alternative schedule calendar committee is completely separate and something that is usually directed by the board for us something to do. So the last time that we've looked at alternative schedules a couple times, and then it was directed to pull a committee, which I had given you guys that information prior, to look at alternative schedules. There were 9 different ones that were kind of proposed. It was reduced down to the 4-day week because it met the goals and needs of the group. And 2 board members were present from that. And so right now we are on an alternative schedule of a 4-day week. And so the calendar committee, when they meet every 2 years, they meet to prepare the calendars based off the current alternative schedule. And if the board desires us to look at alternative schedules again, I just need to know that direction because it's a whole other committee. As stated before, there is a process for alternative schedules that does fall under my job and my purview. And we do this every single year with the public hearings, the surveys, the feedback, the different things. So those are all taken care of from the district side and brought forward to the board and then applied for through the state, and all of the steps are always followed.
So I know when the workshop was had, one of the outstanding questions was kind of some of the other physician, pediatrician concerns, guidance. I know that we've had some conversations there. Do you want to share any updates on that?
Yes, so we are so fortunate with the school nurses we have. And one of them in particular just left Dr. Yeshler's office to come back to the district. Sad for him, but happy for us. But she has a really good working relationship with him, and she called him and followed up on the concerns that Dr. Frank brought forward, which I feel are very valid concerns that maybe haven't been brought our way, but you've heard them through side conversations. And then she had reached out to some other nurses working in pediatrics. One of the things is there is no hard data to show the concerns. However, there is speculation that there are some students that are either being left home alone or being babysat by siblings that possibly aren't old enough. There was a really big concern about promoting more screen time. So one of the things that I had emailed Dr. Franks and just said that I feel that if this is a concern, that it is something the district is obligated to look into. And we will be giving our 4-day week survey again to the parents. And I think that the survey needs to be adapted and adjusted like we kind of did last time, and add some questions that are non-threatening, but actually start to pull some of that information for us so that we know the resources available if people are struggling with finding it. Again, making it in a non-threatening manner, but at least to be able to collect some data. So even if we're choosing to stay with the 4-day week, we could also look at other resources to assist with our families as well.
I like that idea. So I think that is a good idea to move forward with.
Great. Any other questions or discussion? This one is not one that requires a vote, just some general guidance. So any desire to look at the alternative schedule and create a committee therein, or are we okay moving forward with the schedule that we have?
I spent a lot of time thinking about it. So it is. I'm so soft-spoken. And I know where I personally stand. That's not always the reason to do anything. I think a lot of things taken into consideration, and I do believe the surveys that were done last year, with the question being more clear about what people prefer, I really appreciated that, and it brought back a very resounding answer. Although I think it's a very important data point. I don't think it's the only one, but I also don't feel like there's enough desire to dive deep into that topic right now. I would like to. I personally think that our kids are missing out on valuable time with their teachers, who I think are amazing people. I like when kids see teachers 5 days a week. I just personally believe that's best, but I wasn't elected to just share my personal beliefs. So we take data. But I do think it's a good time, like we talked about, maybe we should address some of the other things that people really are concerned about. And so I know we don't have the whole board here, and I think that we should I think it'd be a better discussion with 7 to hear what they are, because I think we should pick something up, because there's some things to address. And right now, I don't think it's the 4-day school week.
Yeah, I value that a lot. We could set up a workshop or another workshop to go through some of these other alternatives and things that we could do to better support with that 5th day and see where we can get. I think that's very wise. Any other additional thoughts?
Well, I might put it out there too, just in this forum, and it moves on. It'd be really nice to hear from the public about what they, one-on-one. We really don't get a lot of comments or discussions. So if there's people that have a passionate concern with something the district's doing as far as educating our kids, we represent the community, and we would love to know those things. As Chairman Wright pointed out, we're open to those discussions. So just putting this out into the ether, that if people want us to discuss something in our workshop, if there's enough voices, kind of like the survey that says keep the 4 days, we could listen to it. So I just want to put it out there. I don't know if it'll go to anybody, if we'll get some more comments, but that's what I'd love to know, is what people really are concerned about. We just don't hear that.
Okay, so on this topic, the guidance is no alternative schedule committee necessary at this time. Is that what you need?
Yep, I'm going to move forward with the calendar committee then, because it was the agreement to try to get 1 year ahead of the 2-year cycle, because it is a nightmare to try to get our kids registered when we don't have the calendars and Power School built. And so although next year is already built, I am running it for 1 year out to get us on a new 2-year cycle. So we're always 1 year out. It's killing our registrar in our high school when we're not. So, okay, thank you for the guidance. I appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, item number 9, board information, policy JJIF-R, there for student athlete concussions. It's for information's sake, so please review it. Vacancy notices there. This has pretty well been addressed, but they're for your information. And then the Head Start board report as well. That brings us to item number 10, which is our executive session, our second executive session. I do not anticipate any action upon our return on this one. So if I can please have a motion to go into executive session. It's been moved by Dr. Franks. There's a second.
I'll second it.
Second by Mrs. Anderson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And we'll move into executive session.
You'll be there in a second. Oh, so no.